Hello everybody, greetings. Sorry about the delay getting started there. I was trying to fix Winamp issues. It stopped doing the auto fading stuff. Anyway, it's fixed, I think. So you should be able to hear me okay. We should be able to get started. Let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet. I think it should be good about there. Anyway, let's begin, shall we? Welcome in. Welcome back to Fractal Mind Dev, that's right. Fractal Mind Dev. I don't remember if we had like a way to start things. It's day 16/day 0 today because we finished making the game. We're doing a little bit of looking back at what we did, looking back a little bit of review, some thoughts on like how things went, and we're gonna also look at the statistics of the launch and talk about that a little bit. And we're gonna think about it some. We're gonna think about it some. Yeah, we have our own Twitch category, Sunmilk. I'll talk about that too. Thank you for noticing. I will now switch over to the software and game dev category. I just wanted to use the category to start the stream off. But yeah, thank you, Sunmilk. Thanks for noticing. All right, I'm gonna switch it back over to software and game dev. And game development. There we go. Done. All right, so yeah, this is day 16/day 0. Is this a sprint retro? Hello, One Lander. I don't know what a sprint retro is, so yeah, yes, I'm gonna say yes. I don't know what that means, but yes, it is absolutely. I just ate my lunch. We're sitting down. I got a coffee. I have an apple to munch on later on, so hopefully that's not too annoying. Hopefully I find some time to do that. And yeah, it'll be fun. Good to see you, One Lander. Thank you for joining us. What does it mean, actually? What does sprint retro mean? Small apple or huge hand? It's a small apple. It's like... I have a ruler around here somewhere, but I think it's on the other side of the room right now. Yeah, it must be over there somewhere. I can't see it. Anyway. Yeah, it's not a huge apple. I mean, I'm not small. I'm pretty big, but the apple's tiny. Look how small this apple is. Yeah. Anyway. Development projects that last 2 weeks. At the end, you do a retrospective to see how it went. Oh! I'm sorry, I didn't realize you're talking... When you said sprint retro, I didn't think agile for some reason. It didn't occur to me. But yeah, yes, sort of. It is sort of that. Exactly sort of that. Yes. I'm gonna go with yes. Even though I don't follow agile principles necessarily, we did kind of. If you look back at what we did, we kind of did. Kind of informally go through a similar process to agile development. But again, I'll restate that I'm not a huge fan of agile. But anyway, let's see now. That was a complete joke. Well, I mean, like when you said, now that you've brought it to my attention, yes, there is a lot of similarities to what we've been doing and agile. But anyway. Thank you. Sorry. It is basically what we're doing though. Like literally. I mean, although we're looking at more than just like we're looking at a bigger picture as well. So let's go ahead. This is probably the last time I'm going to do channel review for a long time, unless people ask about it. I had a tradition throughout the first game of like every single day I would do a channel review. And I'll do that today since it's day 16. But after this, I probably won't be looking at it because the things aren't changing frequently enough for there to be a lot interesting there. But if people want to see more, come and ask me for more data on the channel. I'm happy to share it. Hey, Adrian, good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, finally here for a dev stream. And this is like the review. We're starting with the review. Well, actually, we're starting with the channel review. And then, but this is the last time, like I said, this is the last time we're doing the channel overview. After that, if somebody wants to know information about the channel, just ask me in the chat and I'll happily share anything. I'm trying to be as open as possible with this process. So, you know, everything from the streaming to the development and like statistics on after post-launch and all that kind of stuff. Everything I'm trying to be open as possible. Rev Brown, welcome, good to see you. So yeah, and obviously I have some huge thank yous to give to people, because there was a lot of support as well. Which is, I don't know if it's surprising or not. I think it is. I think I'm like, there's part of me that's very surprised, and there's part of me that's super grateful, and I know that I have a really amazing community around me. So I know I owe a lot to that. So thank you. Anyway, let's jump into the channel review real quick. This is going to be a quick one, because like I said, stats don't change as much now as they did on the first like week or two. So it's sort of like reviewing this stuff. It's nice to see like the follow number goes up. We're currently sitting on 332 total followers, which is pretty wild. And yeah, here's the stats. So last week we actually streamed across the border of midnight. So we have the 17th on the stats. That's all one stream. This Tuesday the 16th and Wednesday 17th is all one stream. So you can kind of like average those stats together and say we had about 60 viewers on average. And we can also look at, what else can we look at here? I mean, look, it was very successful. Like, that was the final day we were working on the final push to get the launch done, and we actually did succeed on the launch. It technically launched on the 17th, although I was basically, I'm counting it as the 16th. So, because all one session sitting there. I started early as possible on that Tuesday. I skipped my GOG stream so I could focus on launching the game. And we did it. So it was, I would say it was very successful. I don't think anything happened in the achievements panel. So nothing particular changed here, which is fine. And the stream summary for that stream, you can see, yeah, 9 hours and 30 minutes to get the game finished and launched. Which was a big stream. Yeah, I normally wouldn't... I'm not going to say that's going to be any kind of normalization for that. That's like, normally we're not going to do that kind of number for length of stream. But I guess when we're like trying to push to get the game finished and out the door, we might push it a little harder. Average viewers went up, and that's very nice. We had a raid. I think that this number is probably like 20 viewers or so is accounted for from raid views. Although they decided to stick around, so that also, I think that is good. Max viewers, we hit 77 with that raid. That's pretty good as well. These are all very good numbers for this channel. Like, it's very, very impressive numbers actually. And 8 follows is huge as well. We also got a clip. I don't know what the clip is. It's me just staring at the screen, selecting a file. This must have been later when I was already pretty tired by the time this clip was done. You can tell looking at my face. Look how tired I look. I just wanted to finish the damn game. What do you think of the logo I made? Oh, what do you think of the logo? What do you think of the Fractal Mind logo? It's a skull with like a simple fractal inside of it. Yeah, simple fractal inside of it. Okay, yeah, that's I don't know. That's a good clip, I guess. Yeah. All right. So that's channel review. We're not going to look at the channel review anymore. This is the last time we'll look at the channel review unless somebody asks about it, or if I feel like we had some sort of major success, and I'll bring that on the screen at that point. I'm not going to start all of the streams with the channel review anymore. It was a tradition for the first game and for the launching of the channel kind of thing, but I think this time, from now forward, we're probably going to not do that. Just like, not that I don't want to share, it's just there's less interesting to share. So let's jump right into this document and just do a quick review of where we went for the whole process. Solid logo. Thank you, X-Mensa. Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually happy with how it turned out. I've had several different logos that I've put together for that brand, and that's the best one, in my opinion. That's the best one so far. All right, so I guess we should actually start at the top this time, since we are reviewing the entire process. We're not going to probably read every single line of this document, but I'm happy to like have a quick look. We'll scroll through. If you have any questions, please ask. This is like an AMA sort of thing. If you do have a question, ask away. I will answer whatever I can. Obviously, preferably directed about like Day of the Sandwich or the development process or this channel. But if you want to ask about other stuff too, I'm okay. I'll waffle on. I'll talk about anything. Bahiri, good to see you. Good to see you. Nice to have you at the dev stream as well. Likewise, Adrian. I don't know if I said that, but it's wonderful to have you here. Wonderful to have you. Okay. Goals for this channel. Let's see if these are still true. Make games. I always make games. I've done less in the last 3 years. True. Still true. Get more experience releasing games. I never release my games. So yeah, in like the 30 years I've been making games, I have put out into public like hardly anything. I put out like maybe 2 games, I think, that I can remember, and those are nowhere to be found because I delete them. I delete the website that they were on. Yeah, anyway. So, I mean, there's only one that's currently partially still available, and that's on Steam. And it's not actually... I didn't click the release button on it, because I didn't polish it enough to the standard I wanted, so it's not done. So yeah, there's that. We may actually go back to that game and polish it up and finish it off on this channel. That's possible. We might just go tidy it up and get it out. But yeah, so that's still true. I still want to release more games. I don't want to spend... 2 years working on a game and then not release it like I've done before. So, yeah, we're going to release games. That's the goal. So we've already done one. Just so, that's pretty good. Okay, keep a regular schedule. Probably Saturday during the day. Probably at least 2 streams a month. As far as goals go, this is now like kind of a dumb goal, right? We definitely did more than this. Is there a way I can strike through? It doesn't seem to be here. But we definitely beat it. We definitely beat that. Let me just turn this music down even more. Alright. Format text, strike through. It's Alt-Shift-F. Alt-Shift-5. Yeah, that makes total sense. Alt-Shift-5. That's what I would say. This is still true. Saturday during the day. That's where we are right now. That's still true. I would probably continue to do that as much as possible. But I think this at least 2 streams a month is not good enough. I want to aim for at least 4 streams a month. And I think we'll smash that too, but what I'm trying to do here is not pressure myself into streaming every single day like I did for the first game. I don't think that will always happen. But yeah, if we aim for 4 streams a month, that's basically just Saturdays. Or like, I could take a Monday evening. Really, so when I stopped streaming Mondays on my main channel, I stopped streaming them so that I could do game dev, but I found that I was just spending time like chilling for those days instead of actually getting the stuff done. Or I'd work on YouTube content, and then that wouldn't work out so good because I wasn't scripting my content very well. That's also changing, but that's not what this channel's about, so I'm going to move forward. You can no longer say you've never released games. I mean, yeah, technically not true, but this should have say I rarely ever. That's what it should have said, probably. But it's easier to say I never release games, because that's more true. Given the amount of games that I've worked on over the last 30 years, the number of games that I actually let other people play was very few. Like, essentially 0 out of the total, I think. Like, it's not technically 0, but yeah. Anyway. And some of the games were, like, really bad. Some of them were really good. And I feel bad about not having any of them. I've got, like... I did actually go through... I found some old code. Unfortunately, no complete projects that I could find, but I did find some old code. Maybe I'll dig that up and we'll look at it some other time. Not right now. I don't want to get distracted by it. Why am I doing this here? So the reason I'm doing this here, I don't want to feel pressure to form like I do on my main channel. I just want to focus on doing the dev stuff and not stress about things like view counts, reading all the chat, and basically not focusing on the game dev stuff. So as you saw when I was working on this game, if you were here, if you're part of it, or if you watched the VODs, you'll know that there were like huge chunks of time where I was just like 100% focused on just drawing a stupid picture, or a good picture, however you want to call it. Oh, I thought something wet touched my arm. It was the end of the, what do you call this? If it's not on a shoelace, is it still called a, I forget the name of the thing on the shoelace now too. Anyway, whatever. This is made of metal and it touched me, and I thought something wet touched me because it was cold, but it's not. Anyway, distractions. Yeah, you saw that I could just sit here. I would just sit here and just try and focus on that stuff, and then I'd like take a break every, like, you know, maybe 20 to 40 minutes, and I'd look at the chat and have a read, have a chat, and then get back into it. So I will continue to do that on this channel. That's the goal here, is really to focus on the dev stuff. I will absolutely engage with the chat as much as I can. Absolutely, if somebody has a question, just stick around, ask questions, stick around. I'll answer it. You know, if I'm in the middle of programming something and I happen to notice the message, I might stop, or I might just keep going and then answer the question. But yeah, that's like, this channel is, it is like, there is an entertainment value to this stuff, I know, but it's also, I want to focus on like actually making stuff that I can put out. So hence that description there. And that's why I'm not doing it on my main channel, because if I did that on my main channel, I mean, even if people were interested, I think that, like, it's less sticky, it's less like, you know, there's less going on, so people aren't going to be as engaged with it, and therefore probably will like go find something else to do, and that's totally cool. I'm okay with that. I don't want to do that on that channel. I'm okay with that here. If you need to go do something, go do something. I won't, you know, hopefully that makes sense. Hey there, Crom, good to see you. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so what will happen on this channel? Programming, yes, we've done programming. Designing and thinking, text, maybe concept images, absolutely, we did all of that. I don't know why I've even put the word maybe in there. Definitely. Art for games, absolutely 100% happened. That was probably 70% of the content production that I did for the game. Would just focus on the images, animating characters, all that kind of stuff. Possibly some live discussion. So far, we have not had anybody join us live on the stream, but that's totally within the realms of possibility. I could like ask other fellow game developers to join me. I could imagine Julia Minamata joining us, or maybe I can get Adrian to join us and have a chat. Although maybe we get Adrian on the main channel for the podcast as well. I don't know. We'll see. Like, yeah. Hey, Minty, what's up? Do you do your Discord announcement? Did you do your Discord announcement? I did not. I also didn't join the stream. Like, technically, I'm not here. Fractal Mind Mike is not here right now. Thank you for the reminders. I'm going to do that right now. I'm a professional operation. I stopped doing the streams I took a break for 3 days, and now I've forgotten how everything works. Let me go ahead and invite myself. Okay. Continue. Mute. Continue. Join. Host. Go on stream. Thingo over here. It was the 16th last time, and it's the 20th today. So what is that, 4 days? Uh, 16th ever dev channel stream. We're on a 0-day streak, baby. Reviewing stats and stuff about DOTS. There we go. All right. Thank you so much, Vinyl Minty. You're a freaking legend. I really appreciate your help there. There is no mic, only Zul. I mean, Dev. Hey, Father Axe Keeper, good to see you there. Carmen Pantsu, hello. Yes, Game Dev Stream, welcome. I don't have a Discord link on this channel, but I will give you one. I need to set that up. I really should set that up. Let me go get my Discord. Copy link address. Paste link address. There you go. That's my Discord. If you want to join my Discord, I do have a game dev channel in there. I've got like a creative section down the bottom of all the list of channels. There's too many channels, but I don't know what to do about that at this point. I'm just going to leave them. So if you go into there, we've got general discussion, show off your stuff, like show and tell sort of thing. We also have game dev and creative works. So if you finish making a game, go and post it in like the games channel or the general channel. I don't really care. But if you want to like talk about game dev specific stuff, I have a game dev channel. You talk about like your processes or ask questions, anything else. Like it's pretty pretty broad, but it's game dev focused. Hey there, Refraction, welcome in. Just got the notification on Twitch that I joined the stream. Yeah, I totally forgot to do it, and Vinyl Minty reminded me. Like I stopped, like I was just saying, I haven't streamed on this channel for like 4 days, three or 4 days, and then suddenly I've just forgotten everything. I've got all of the things that I developed over that time, but here we are, finally doing it. We're doing it right. So yeah, you didn't miss much. We just talked about like we've covered barely anything so far. All right, what will happen on this channel? Yes, all of this, possibly live discussion. Maybe we'll see if maybe we'll get somebody on to talk like specifics on dev stuff. And if we do have developers on this channel, we'll be going far deeper than I think I'll go on the main channel podcast stuff. This will be like really like, okay, tell me how you did this feature, or so, like we'll like talk very specifically about something. So if I see like, you know, I don't know, yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Like, oh, what is your actual art process? Like, how do you do it? And maybe even we'll do some prep work and get like presentations that we can put on screen. It'll be more like that kind of like richer content in terms of like learning and stuff like that. That's what the goal would be for discussions on this channel. Yeah. Other games to work on, so we'll come back to this. We don't need to talk about that right now, but we did actually come up with a bunch of random ideas, just like throwing it out there. The first game we made was designing a simple adventure game. We talked about like what I might need for it, how we might prototype it, and we came up with a theme, which is making a bacon sandwich. Day one, we learned about, we read this entire article from Ron Gilbert, aka Grumpy Gamer, and we learned about puzzle dependency graph, or charts. It's very interchangeable, according to what he said. And anyway, this was a very helpful thing to read, helpful article to read. We read the whole thing. We created our own puzzle dependency graph using Figma, which was a viewer suggestion to use Figma, and in the end, it worked out pretty well. I kind of liked it. I might use it again for the next game, even if it's not an adventure game. We still might be able to use this for helping design like flow of the game and make the game more interesting in ways that would not necessarily happen if we just like organically did. You can imagine a platforming game where it's like, okay, yeah, you got to do these things and jump on these guys' heads or whatever, and then it's like, well, okay, but what's like the goal? And like, okay, we've come up with a goal. It's like, okay, save the princess. Okay, but what's going to stop you from saving the princess? Like, well, like obviously there's like obstacles you have to jump on and stuff, but what if there was like, you have to get a certain key to get access to a certain room, and then it becomes a little bit more like maybe a Castlevania instead of a Mario, right? Like you've got like you know, different abilities you need to unlock or items you need to get before you can get there. So you get that Metroidvania sort of feel. This could definitely apply to that, I think. Like this is definitely like a puzzle dependency graph is just like, yeah, that would totally work for something like that. So you can imagine how this could be applied to other game formats other than adventure games. So that's what we did day one. Day two, we did a little bit of engine research and some prototyping and ended up choosing AGS. Day three, that was the start of implementation. I created a bunch of artwork for rooms. I don't remember exactly where we got on each day, but basically the first couple of days was just like really rough art, and finally we did eventually start on some artwork for the product, like final product sort of stuff. So we drew the kitchen in detail, and sort of like started to hone in on the art style, and from there forward is really focused on art production and implementing certain features into the game. Yeah, we didn't end up adding these ideas, I guess, due to, I guess, time constraints, really, more than anything else. I'm not sure what else to talk about. Basically, just going through this stuff is just like, yeah, we did this, we made the game. Basically, the rest of this is just like, we made the game. Animations and stuff like that. So one of the things that I did do is actually created like a high resolution character, and the reason I chose to do that is because I was using the character scaling. So if you're closer to the camera, you're bigger, and if you're further from the camera, you're smaller. And that felt like the right thing to do when I had the Roger pixel art in the game and not my own character. As soon as I finished my own character, I started to feel like that wasn't a great idea. And I drew that character at high resolution because I wanted them to look good and not like, you know, weird pixel sizes when they're close to the camera. But it just looked weird, like the rest of the scaling, like the eyes were changing shape and size and stuff, and it just didn't feel right to me. So I redrew the entire character. So that was a huge lesson learned for this type of game, in my opinion. But yeah, all of the animation, just like so much focus on just getting the character to look right was a big thing. Polish the entire freaking art set. I think we pretty much achieved that. We did a whole bunch of stuff to make like quality of life changes in the code for AGS as well. AGS like just doesn't, it gives you like enough power to do like all kinds of things, but there's certain things that you just have like standard ways. Like I'm gonna, like when I go from one room to the next, I need to make sure that like the player is facing in the right direction. Need to make sure they walk to the right spot on my screen. On the next screen, they need to appear in the right spot and face the correct direction, and all of those kind of things. So I implemented something just to make that much easier. That was the player enter command. I decided to call it player enter. I don't know why I called it that. Could have called it anything. Player interact, similar story. You want to walk to a specific spot, play the interaction animation, and then you want certain things to happen, like player acquires an item or an object changes like visibility on the screen, stuff like that. It's not the most flexible, but that's because the language is not the most flexible, but it worked very well. We can review that as well in a bit more detail if somebody wants to. So I redid all of the Delphine animations lower res, like I said. We ended up doing that. So that was a huge time sink on like toward like basically the second last day, was just like finishing up the animations, redoing the entire thing. Obviously scaling down the sprites and then just cleaning up the pixel details was not the hardest way to approach that problem, but like it definitely didn't take as much time as drawing them from scratch, but it still was a big time sink, just trying to get things to look right. We spent a lot of time on that. We had to create all of our intro and outro artworks. That was a big thing. I'm not, again, I will probably like talk a little bit more in terms of like my feelings on this stuff in a minute, but just talking about what we actually did achieve throughout the process, there's a lot of stuff that we did on the last day. I wanted to review and update inventory art, and you'll see that never happened. Actually never happened. And I also never updated the puzzle dependency graph. I also never got voice acting done, although that may still happen. My daughter's still excited about the idea of it. We did implement some music, but not all the music. And we never actually implemented Horse Armor DLC, so that might happen in the future as well. Yeah, so we reviewed all, like, we basically just, the last day was just a lot of cleanup. We added MT32 music recordings. We added more gags, a couple. There wasn't as much as I would have liked. Reviewed the dialogue, cleaned that up, made that, like, make a bit more sense. Used less of the display dialogue thing where it displays a message and more like player character speech. Added some sound effects. I didn't add as much as I wanted to. Like, we all know it, but I did what I could. I think that if I do another release, which I've kind of like put the line in the sand, I'm like done with the game at the moment, but I definitely could see myself going back in the next couple of weeks and maybe just adding a few more sound effects and stuff, and eventually publish a new update with like more sound effects, the voice acting if we end up getting that done, those kind of things. So yeah, we basically, this is it, just like fixing a bunch of issues. Now, what's not listed here, we did a bunch of other stuff too, like we added credits. What else did we do? There was a ton of stuff that we did. Oh yeah, rewrote the UI for inventory. There was also some other changes that I made. Like, there was a bunch of, like, just little things, like, lots of extra polish happened on the final day. I just was like, I don't want to release this now because it's not good enough, so I just kept on, like, doing those last little bits of polish. So we went from, like, okay, I'm basically done at, like, 11 at night until, like, we ended up going until, like, I think it was 1:30 in the morning or something like that, when I finally polished it. And, like, well, I polished a bit before that, but I actually got to bed at about 1:30 in the morning. So it was a big day, getting things done. Duke Donuts is here. Good to see ya. Figma balls. The most commonly used software on my Steam Deck is PCSX2. PCSX2? That's awesome. Refraction, you're a legend. Duke Donuts, good to see you. I'm curious, what is the breakdown between design, engineer, and media assets? That's a really good question, and I think we can review it in a little bit more detail. You can just see by the to-do lists that the breakdown is definitely art heavy. I would say my feeling is about 70 to 80% of art production, and the rest was like focused on game design and other stuff like that. So we'll see. We'll be able to like look in a bit closer at that, but yeah. I mean, that's kind of like when you're not programming an engine, the point is to save time on doing like not doing as much programming, right? So I still begrudgingly did some stuff in the scripting language that I thought, like, surely this should already be there. But yeah, no, it was definitely there was definitely a lot of programming, but not as much as like there was. Most of the programming was like adding dialogue. Like, I think if you looked at most of the programming in the game, it's like covering like the dialogue options, and not options, just covering like actual like when the player clicks on something, you want it to say something. You also need it to pick something up, or like those kind of things, like very basic stuff, nothing like too complex. The most complex thing in here is like I wrote a lerp function. That's probably the most complex piece of code I think I added. I added some code to just make like quality of life stuff, which we did talk about briefly just before. So like room transitions or interacting with objects. I just made like wrapper functions to handle most cases of that. And obviously if there's custom cases, we can just implement those on the spot. But yeah, most of it could go through those paths, which was what I wanted. Every single little thing that you want to add, like, adds more detail, like adds more work, right? Like, so if we wanted the player character to like climb on top of the chicken coop, we could animate that, or we could just fade out and fade in. So like have a ladder, like, you know, they place the ladder there, and we could spend like, you know, another 2 hours or 4 hours or whatever creating a climbing ladder animation, or we could just like have the ladder be magically placed there, and then the screen fades out, it fades back in, and the character's on top. Like we could do that too. And that's probably what I would do to start with, is just like like I did that, the process of like implementing the whole puzzle graph, I implemented like up to certain edges, and just like, oh, well, when you go to that screen, you're going to get the eggs, or when you go to that screen, you're going to get the catnip. So like, I just implemented that as like stub functions almost, where it's just like, yeah, you kind of like, you know, you went and you got it. But I didn't implement those screens and stuff like that. So that was like, there's always shortcuts, and then you can expand out and push those boundaries a bit further to make it more interesting. Like we could, if we wanted to, we could add like a get catnip minigame where, like, you know, you have to like do a rhythm game to cut the catnip, and before you can do that, you have to get the scissors for the cutting. So, but to get the scissors, they're like, you know, locked in a toolbox. How do you open the toolbox? Oh, you got to get the code. Where's the code? Oh, it's hidden behind the chicken coop. You know, something like that. So like, there's like, we could add a whole bunch more puzzles, and then you got a mini game for like a rhythm game to like get the catnip, which is like nobody would have expected that from this game. So it doesn't make sense to do that, but you could do that, and that would require implementation of a lot more code and a lot more art. So obviously that blows out the project. That's scope creep, I guess. In a nutshell. So yeah, other things that, just to keep on recapping, I'm trying not to go too deep on any of this stuff just yet. Continuing to recap, we did add Day of the Sandwich to the Twitch categories. There is now a category. If we go to live channels, there's nobody there because I was there, but you know, I changed back to software game dev for this purpose. But yeah, okay, there's a video. This is the current video that I'm on, so that's pretty funny. That'll show up if somebody ever does go to this category to look for it. Or I don't know if it will. I don't know if the video will permanently stay on that category or not. I think it does. Anyway, that's about where we're at, I think, with that. Oh, how did this get done? So a lot of people were asking about this when I talked about it on my main stream. So if you go to IGDB, you can log in with your Twitch account, and then you can submit a game. It's pretty straightforward, actually. But yeah, it's now on here, and this is where Twitch pulls all of its data from. So if there's a game that you can't find on Twitch categories that you want it to be there, you can add it. So that's here now, and it has like very basic information. Has some very basic information. I also was able to link it to the game page, so we could go over there. So that was pretty good. That's how the category got added. Pretty straightforward. I'm not gonna like look at the stats live on screen, as obviously I got 2 notifications there that I would like to look at. I'd like to click on the analytics link. I have to be careful though, because there is information that I'm not allowed to share on the analytics pages, to do with like privacy and also my privacy, but I will share as much as I can of that when we go deeper on the stats. But to just take a quick look, you can see I added a lot of... I came back after we did the launch, and I actually put like real content here. Originally, we just copy and pasted the credits text into here, and but then like the following day, I went and updated it. But we had a lot of positive feedback from the community as well. People who I've never met before loved the game, and some people like struggled with some of the puzzles, which was great. It was good to see people struggling with some of the puzzles. What else happened? I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about it, but you can see there was a lot of comments. Excuse me. People doing full playthroughs on YouTube as well, which was cool to see. So yeah, reception I think was pretty great, like amazing, like beyond my expectations. I'll say that much. Which we'll go into that in a little bit more detail. Nearly now, we're almost there. I think we're ready to start going deeper on stuff now. Can be dangerous to let scope get out of hand. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Was that a problem with Owlboy? I don't want to ask too many questions, but I imagine that could have been a problem with Owlboy. It's like scope creep, because I remember when that game, I was like on the TIG forums when I first saw that. Like I think it was just concept screen art, like concept pixel art or something that I first saw it. I don't remember if that's true. But man, like that was like 2000 and I want to say 2009, 2011, somewhere around there. Am I wrong, or was it way later than that? That was in game. Okay, how long ago was that? Am I like just way off on my like time scale here? Was it like 2011 or something? I don't remember. Don't look it up if you don't want to. I just was curious. Yeah. Anyway, let's focus on, let's go deeper. We'll answer the question that Duke wanted to know, like, how much do we really spend on this game production process? I think the easiest way to answer that, I did try and title all the highlights. I did try and title all the highlights with, like, a fairly accurate description of, like, the amount of work we were doing. So, if you go back to day 2, we have to skip day 1. Day 1 was, like, just mostly about this channel, a little bit about the game stuff. Day 2 was just focused on the engine research. Something like 2009-ish when we first being kind of public about it. Yeah, wow. So yeah, it was about 2009. I thought, like, I was like, no, it must have been a little bit later than that. But no, 2009. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's amazing. A huge production. Alright, so highlight day 2. Let's continue engine research. So focus on engine research. I would say that's more on the technical side than the art side. Implementation begins. That was definitely fully technical. I don't know how much code we actually wrote, probably a fair bit, but it was fully technical. Any art production for that was like MS Paint, really quick sketches. I think we used the mouse for it. So yeah, it was all like that. Day 4, prototype cleanup and asset review. So that's cleaning up the implementation. I think we added a couple more scenes, so it's still very technical focused. Asset review was, I think, putting together this spreadsheet where, like, okay, rooms, we got the kitchen, backyard, blah blah blah. We knew we had like these items that we needed to create, and we knew what characters we were going to have. Dialogue stuff I didn't generate until later, and in fact, this has not been updated since the changes that we made. And title for the game, that was much later as well. So that was basically the first 3 tabs were created on that day, and we've probably updated them a little bit since then. But that's about when that happened. So far it's fully technical. Up till day 4, it's fully technical. Concepts and asset production begins on day 5. There was still a lot of implementation there. Like, probably, I would say this stream was probably 60% assets and 40% technical or design sort of side of things. So media, I guess, is like, yeah. Day 5 is where media production started. Probably a little bit over half on that for focusing on assets and media. Concepts asset continued. This day was pretty much fully focused on that. There was probably some like technical decisions being made, but not much. Likewise for day 7. These are not very descriptive. I maybe want to go back and just like update them with like what did we actually work on, like or at least put them in the descriptions. That would be helpful. Character concepts. This one was a big focus. Like, so between day 7 and 8, I just sat down and sketched out a character like a few times, just to try and get like a concept like that I could work from. I was like looking at Day of the Tentacle characters. I was looking at Full Throttle characters. I was trying to think about like what kind of character I wanted. I was like looking at Maureen and other characters from Full Throttle, thinking like it'd be cool if it was like, you know, a technical, for like a tinkerer type woman, like it is in like Maureen is. She's like fully focused on like rebuilding motorcycles and stuff like that, and she's kind of cool. She's got like that, like, you know, she's got different interests than like what you'd expect a typical like 90s game character that's a woman. You'd expect her to be different, right? So she was cool. She broke the mold a bit in that respect, and so I wanted to like, you know, pay homage to that a little bit with our character. So I ended up like designing the character I designed, and it was really rough sketches, which you can see on day 8, which we started that character stuff. It was like really rough sketches. I just like started to tidy that up and like, you know, narrow it down to like how I wanted it to look. Putting that character together. I think it looked really good in the end. Leather jacket sort of look underneath the overalls, and the leather pocket, leather pouch for the inventory. And at that point in time, I was like thinking, if I have time, at some point I want to have like an icon on the screen that you click on that looks like that pocket and it opens your inventory. And we didn't implement that until like the last couple of hours of the final day. But that was always in my head from this day forward. Hey Noru, good to see you. Good to see you. It's probably been done by someone earlier, but I played through it in ScumVM. It ran perfectly. Perfect. That's great to hear, X-Mensa. Awesome. Thank you for doing that. Character animation and asset production continued. It was literally like almost 90% focusing on characters and backgrounds and stuff like that. Like, it was so focused on that. We obviously, with all the media production, every time we like had something to test, I was bringing it back into the game engine and like implementing, like there was a bit of a technical side to all of it. It was like, you could call it technical art production, maybe. Very loosely, you could call it that. There was like a bit of programming behind it, like to actually use those animations and stuff. At some point, there was like, but yeah, like certainly basically from day 6 till I think day 12, I would say you could easily say it's like 85 to 90% asset production. So yeah, it's like first 4 days were mostly technical, and then day 4 was probably a little bit more leaning towards art and media production. And there's 15 total days. So we'll just say like, we'll just call that like 30% technical, and then from day 6 call that till day, I guess, 11 or day 12. Yeah, day 12, which is mainly focusing on finishing art production. You can see that there. That would be, I'm sorry, I can't count for some reason. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 out of 15, so that's like just under half. So like call that 45-ish, I don't know. So yeah, the last was like probably half as well. I would say half. So yeah, probably actually it's probably a bit less asset production than I thought. It's probably like, I'm just going to call it a rough estimate because I don't want to actually do the math, but I'd say probably 60% was art production and 40% was just more technical focused stuff with a little bit of crossover in between both, because like that's just the reality of things. So there you go, that's the answer, Duke, of that. Where did I want to go next? Does anybody have any questions before I go anywhere else? Did look like a lot of art. It was a hell of a lot of art, yeah. Like, yeah, there was a lot of art and a lot of polishing the art, but there was also every step of the way, almost not every single day, but like certainly like that huge chunk of days in the middle, which was basically 100% art. Yeah, but then there was like any other day with art was like you know, I still had to do technical stuff to handle things or fix bugs or whatever, implement new features. Does anybody have any questions before we push forward with anything else? We're basically ready to look at like statistics on how the game went and talk about what I would do differently or what I would like to continue to do if I were to continue working on this project. I'll give you a minute to think about questions. I'm going to just eat a bit of apple. Good question. You were an AGS skeptic at the start. What was my overall feeling from using AGS? Good question. You mentioned the handler scripts for setting up room position and continuity between doors. I think stuff like that is important to do just from day one, so it never hassles you later. But it can suck to fart around instead of making the fun things. That's true. Yeah. So if I was to turn that into a question, it would be like, or else to answer that, if I, like let's say I won't turn it into a question, but if I was to answer that, I could come up with something, I think. So yeah, thank you for the comments and questions. I appreciate it. I'm gonna eat some more apple in a minute, but we'll dive into it now. I guess I gotta frame my thoughts a little bit as well. No, not a question really, but I love the idea of AGS after I thought about it some. For portability, it plays in ScumVM, so platform is really wide. That's true. Yeah. Again, we did do like a whole review of the engines at one point, which I'm constantly closing this file and then realizing I have to open it again when we start talking about it. But yeah, I did do this matrix, and I did this intentionally to try and pick the right tool for the job, and it worked, right? AGS, I think, was the right tool for the job. So Noru, basically, what was my overall feeling from using AGS? It's really rough around the edges. It's not polished. It's not modern. It needs a lot of work. That being said, it worked really well for the job. It's perfectly suitable for making the kind of game I made. I would continue to use it. I don't think I would bother rewriting a new engine. Now I've made that first game, I don't think I would create a new engine for it unless I just wanted to have a little bit more control over what I was doing with the tech. Which, to be honest, I might still write my own engine to do what AGS does. But it's a very good tool. It just has a lot of rough edges. I've talked about that a bit. So the biggest one that I would highlight is just seriously put in a freaking polygon editor for walkable areas and hotspots and stuff like that. It's so obvious. I don't know why it's not there. Even if that just bakes down into the bitmap in the end, if that still just bakes down into something, that's totally cool. I'm okay with that. It just needs to be there. Is AGS your go-to for making stuff? I've never used AGS before. It's my first time using AGS. Never mind. My question is, what is your go-to then? My go-to is normally programming something from scratch. Literally, I like programming. I always want to make my own stuff. I constantly have to fight myself of do I spend this time to build something when there's something that already exists that might do what I need? I still like to program stuff myself from scratch. So it's just the way I am. So that's that answer for you. Completed the game in Proton Linux and then again in ScumVM, same experience. Awesome, good to hear, good to hear. If you haven't already, do you mind if I submit it to ScumVM devs to add detection for it? They have support for a ton of AGS games. I guess that's fine. I do want to maybe wait, because we're going to talk more about the game in the future as well. So yes, maybe. Imagine AGS won't be used for most other game genres you talked about doing next, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. It will be interesting to see how it plays out. I'm not sure what we're going to end up doing. I have no preconceptions about what we're going to work on today. I have ideas that have like recently occurred to me, but that doesn't mean that we're going to do those, so we'll see what happens. I have more fun making the tools utilities than the game that needs them. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. All right, I want to just go back and talk a little bit more about. I just want to make sure I'm fully answering this note from Noru, which is what was my overall feeling. So yeah, like rough edges. Like I said, like hotspots and walkable areas and anything else that you need to draw something on the screen, it should just be like, there should be a polygon editor for that. It should be quicker, smoother, easier to use. Switching between like hotspots versus other things, like they already have tool palettes, they already have a toolbar. Just make them toolbar buttons. Why do I have to click on the ... and then select hotspots? And like half the time I go to click on it, it disappears. I'm like, oh, I got to click on the ... again. Like, stop doing the silly. Like, that GUI is terrible. It's really bad. Like, it's real bad. Like, as far as like the actual engine goes, it works really well. Like, it does exactly what it says on the box. Like, you open it up, you make a little adventure game, you create your scenes, and then you can play it. And like, it works, right? Like, I still have some questions about like localization and audio, like for dialogue. I don't really know how that works yet. It would have been nice to implement voice lines, but I just didn't have time to get the recording done. So we'll see. That still might be something I do in the future. But yeah, I think that answers that question. If you want me to go into any more detail, or if that raises more questions, feel free to go ahead and ask. I mentioned handler scripts for setting things up. I agree, yeah. So doing stuff from the start, you can only do stuff from the start if you know that's what you need. Having this being the first time I used AGS, suitable but pretty rough. Yeah, pretty much. It feels very dated, and they've got solutions to problems that they could have just used, like stuff they already have in the editor, which is annoying. Also, like, pressing delete should just delete the thing that you have selected. Like, sure, throw a pop-up and say, are you sure you want to delete it? And then you say yes, and it deletes it. Like, just do that everywhere. It's in some places, but not everywhere, and that's really annoying. Pressing F2 should rename things, but pressing F2 brings up some statistics, and I don't even know what they mean. Like, there's a panel of, like, stuff on the left with, like, you know, it's like a tree view of like all of your game related assets and objects and whatever, and you have one selected. You're like, I want to rename that to be like, you know, instead of being whatever it is, I want to rename it something else. You press F2 and it brings up some statistics. Like every other tool on Windows, at least when you press F2, it's the rename function. So that should just be there. It's a Windows program. It's not intended to work on Linux as far as I know, or anywhere else. So that's the thing. Anyway, I'm gonna stop. I don't want to complain too much about AGS. Obviously, it empowered me to make the game as quickly as it did. If I was making my own engine, it would have taken me that long just to make the engine, I think. So we would still be working on it for another couple of weeks at least. Although we wouldn't have to implement like all of those features, so you know, like there would be some savings there in terms of like not having to implement everything, and our tools wouldn't have to be as complex. And I would also forgive myself for not making the best tools. So, you know, there's a lot there. There's a lot to unpack there if we did go down that route. We're not going down that route though, because AGS is fine for what we did. And I like AGS now. At the first, I was a bit skeptical of AGS, I'll be honest. The only reason that we used it, I wasn't planning to use AGS at first. I was planning to use Unity and PowerQuest, or like make something like on my own. Maybe something with the Godot, because I do have an interest in trying Godot out for a real project. I haven't done it yet. But yeah, no, it turned out like just based on this matrix, it helped me make the right decision, which was to use AGS. AGS was definitely the right decision. If anybody else wants to make an adventure game, unless you have reasons like you want to have full control of the code, or you want to do something a bit more complex with it, then that AGS doesn't really do. That's when I would say, like, considering the other options becomes more viable. For this game, tiny game that you just want to make quickly, or even if it's not a tiny game that you want to make quickly, maybe it's just you don't want to spend too much time on tech, AGS is a great choice. All right, I will move on to Adrian's statement. Mention the handler scripts for setting up room position and continuity between doors, I think stuff like that is important to just do from day one, so it never hassles you later. But it can suck to fart around instead of making the fun things. I think that is true. But it does bring me back to, this is the first time I made a point-and-click adventure like this. It's the first time I've really used AGS to, like, properly make something. I've tinkered with it before, like, briefly. I've never actually sat down and tried to make a full game with it. This is the point where at a certain point I realized, oh wait, I want to just like have something that's consistent to do these things, so I know that when I go from one room to another, it's going to consistently behave. And that means I know if I'm using that to transition rooms, the hard work's done. Like, I know it has to like operate properly. Likewise with like in playing the interact animation. It was like I learned it after implementing the same code over and over again. I was like, oh, I should just put this in a function. Like, it's the same as in most programming jobs. Like, if you're writing this, if you find you've like copied and pasted some code like a couple of times, or you're writing the same sort of code all the time, it's like maybe this is a function now. And you go write a function and you replace all your code. So that's pretty normal, like to morph code. Like, I'm definitely not afraid of deleting like pages of code. I'm okay with that. I'll happily rewrite code. If it needs to be rewritten. So that didn't really feel like a waste of time to me at all. Like, it was exploratory, like building stuff out and then realizing, oh, this should be done in a certain way. So yeah, I think that was good. The gripes with AGS make needs really apparent. Yeah. The thing is, AGS is also open, so like Polygon thing, I could go and implement something for that. Like, I would just be concerned if I spent the hours doing that and then they reject it because they're like, oh, that doesn't really suit what we want to do. It's like, well, okay. I'm not going to create a branch, so I don't really want to do it. I don't really want to spend the time. I have no idea how well it would be received, so I don't want to touch it. Yeah. The pricing model on it was garbage a couple of years ago though, so 5 was appropriate for that dark time. Oh, I was confused why Game Maker got a 5 on pricing model, since it's free for non-commercial use and fairly cheap for commercial use. Yeah, I don't know if I fully updated it actually, because like, yeah, maybe that's not actually a fair pricing model thing. When I looked at the pricing model, I was a bit confused about the model. It doesn't have a very nice model. I think it's annual. I think you have to continually pay. So if your game does get to a commercial status, you have to continually pay, right? Well, I don't know if it's like commercial or not. If it's non-commercial, you don't have to pay, but if it's... I can't remember the model. I'd have to go look at it again. I don't want to do that right now, because I'll go down a rabbit hole of like trying to figure that stuff out. But basically, it had... okay, it's $100 lifetime commercial, 0 for commercial. Okay. I thought it had a recurring subscription model. I guess I could go check. Game Maker pricing. Game Maker Studio pricing. One time, monthly. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was wrong. I remembered this part, but not this part. Free to use, non-commercial license. So as soon as I wanted to... As basically, I would have had to pay this much money to publish it on itch and accept funds for it. If I accept donations, that's instantly commercial license. I would instantly have to pay US $99.99. So that's why it's not suitable for this game. Because this game I had no expectation of making any money on it. I thought like, if I have donations turned on, maybe I get like 10, 20 bucks. But we will talk about that in a minute. So yeah, I still feel like, especially with the knowledge I have right now, I feel like the pricing model for this doesn't make sense for it. Which might be a little bit of a hint as to what did happen. But yeah, I think that this is probably actually a fair number for it in this case. Not really relevant to what's going on here. I think it is relevant. I don't think you were on a tangent. I think you're asking the right questions, actually. The free version of 2.x used to be terrible. It had some garbage limit for like game objects and other assets. That's so weird. It's so weird, like especially when they're competing with. They are like directly competing with Unity, even if they pretend like they're not. They are Unity and Godot, other Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine's not on this list because I didn't want to consider working on Unreal Engine. I've played with Unreal Engine a few times and I'm just like, I don't know if it's really for me, you know. But yeah. Which is ironic since like I won't go into that. I'm not going to go into that because that is a tangent. But yeah, I think that this is the right number actually. Did I miss any questions or have I answered everything? I think I've or comments, questions, comments, anything else. I try to functionalize as soon as I want to do something custom twice. Yeah, I don't know if like I do it that early. I'm happy to copy and paste code everywhere and then just like, you know, rewrite it, the entire thing. Like I'm okay with that. I know it might not be the most efficient way to work for some people, but for me, I'm okay with it. Like I'm okay with having like a 10,000 line file to work on. I don't really care. Because I only have to edit in one place and adjust, I'm ready to use it more. Yeah, that's the thing. If I've written the code 10 times and I never have to change it ever, I don't really care. As soon as I have to change it in like, you know, 4 of those places or 2 of those places, then I'm going to make a function. Yeah. Maybe my numbers aren't like actually accurate there, but like, you know, if I've got the same code copied and pasted 2 or 3 times, I don't really care. But if I have to change it in all of those places, at that point, I'm just going to make a function. Yeah. Anyway, okay, I think we can move away from the dev process side of things and the dev question side of things, unless anybody has anything else to talk about. I think we can move on to the commercial results of releasing this game. Which, in order to do that, I'm gonna need to take it off screen and like maybe I'll create a little spreadsheet or something. It's probably the safest way to do this so I don't accidentally share the wrong information. I think I'm gonna put it in this sheet actually. We'll call this how many days has the game been out? It was released on the 16th technically. So like 17, 18, 19, 20. It's like been released for 4 days. So 4-day review. Okay. Release. Post-release review. 4 days stats. I think that's right. We can check that actually. I can confirm that, but yeah. I don't know how much content's going to be in this sheet, but I'll just pretend like it's going to be this big. Yeah. Let's, Ooh, that's ugly. That's better. Alright. Let's go. Title your spreadsheets. Sorry, yeah, everything's untitled. This is, Game 1, Day of the Sandwich. This is Engine Selection Matrix. There you go. All right, I'm gonna look at the stats. Actually, I'm gonna check my notifications real quick. Sorry about this. I'm just gonna check my notifications. I got some follows. That's nice. I got a couple of follows on the old itch page. What? No, that's not what I want. Okay. I'm gonna have to continue copying them individually. What? Why are you doing this? I don't really know what collections is on, I mean, I know what they are, but I don't know how relevant that is. I think those are the most relevant statistics to show for now. There you go, that's a good color scheme. Yeah, that's really good. All right. Okay, so 7-day impressions is like going to be skewed because we haven't had the game out for 7 days yet. Click-through rate should be accurate. Everything else should be basically accurate. So how many times did the game actually get viewed? 2,430. That's from external clicks as well as from people browsing on itch. Impressions is like anytime somebody's like searching or viewing the game. Viewing the itch page and they see it like come up and like the link for it comes up. So if I go to itch.io here and search for let's go games, let's go top sellers, let's go play in browser, let's go free. Oh, here's actually something I want to share. We're actually still #1 in top selling free games for the browser on itch. So this is an impression. This counts as an impression, okay? So on that spreadsheet, when we're looking at impressions, that's this number, 143,000 times, plus or minus, I guess, is how many times somebody's viewed our game. Wow, Noru. After spending $1,200 at a convention, you got about 90 downloads. Trackable. I assume that's via like trackable codes or something. Do you notice a spike in viewership on the we're on itch 2? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm co-streaming with myself, Jay. Yeah. Welcome in. I'll drop dead into my bed now with these words in my head. Top selling free game. Exactly, Athavar. Have a great sleep. Thanks for being here. Okay, so let's talk about let's keep looking at these stats. Browser plays and downloads is, you could essentially say like how many people engaged with the game actually, right? Like somebody actually downloaded it or actually played the game in some way. So we've got 1,481 plays, essentially. That's not bad, considering... Like, what's the conversion rate of views to plays, then? That's something I want to know. We'll figure that out in a minute. Ratings. I didn't know that itch had ratings. I've never noticed ratings before. I now know what ratings look like. We will take a look at ratings as soon as I figure out how to find them. How do you find ratings on a game? Like, if I click through to this... Where does the ratings go? I'm probably just not reading something. What if I dismiss this? Does that... Like, where are the ratings? Shouldn't it have ratings somewhere? I'm sure there should be ratings somewhere. I just don't see it. But yeah, it's the number one top selling free game for browsers, which is like a lot of qualifiers, but it's good to be in slot #1 for something. All right, let's continue looking at these statistics. So 45 collections, that's when you add a game to your collection. So I know how that works. There's an add to collection button. You click that, and then you can put it into an existing collection, or you can put it into a new collection or whatever. So put a little bit of a description or something as well. So that's that. I don't know how to make a review. I just realized I also don't know how to create a review for a game on itch. I don't understand itch. I'm still new to it. All right, going back to our stats here. 34 comments. I think like 30 of them are mine. Not actually, but a lot of them are mine. I've like a lot of replies and stuff. So I try to reply to every single comment that I can, especially if it makes sense to reply to it. So yeah, a lot of these are me replying or replying to replies to me, stuff like that. So you can obviously go look at this page if you want and look at all of the replies and my comments and answers to questions and everything else. If you want to see your ratings, go to your dashboard. How do I create a rating on this game, though? Like, if I click on some other game, like this one, how do I leave a rating? Oh, it's here. Okay. If it's your game, you can't leave a rating. I understand now. Okay. But how do I, like, why are ratings not visible? Actually, I guess the ratings might be visible on this page for me. Where is the ratings? Like, what's the point of leaving a rating if there's nobody... How long's this game been around for? It's got a lot of comments, and some of them are old. And I still see no ratings. I don't know how to see ratings for a game. I'm still learning. What if I want to know what other people rated the game? That's all I'm asking. Anyway, comments, 34. That's great. So you can probably halve that number, and that's about how many comments were actually on there for, like, not me. Not me comments, probably about half that. So I guess like 17-ish. Impressions, we already talked about impressions. So impressions is and click-through rate. You should basically be able to divide this number by this number. It should give you roughly that, I assume. I don't know. I mean, we could just try that right now, right? Equals 143,000 divided by that number. No, wait, the other way around. The other way around. I got it wrong. Yeah, so I guess that's not actually click-through rate. I don't understand how click-through rate's calculated then. Because that number is not that number, is it? So, this click-through rate must be something else. Oh, wait, no, because views, like I said, views do come from other resources too, not just itch. So, yeah, these itch impressions, and there would be a number of views that are accounted for by that. So, yeah, this number is not this impressions thing. So, there you go. That's fine. Okay, so, I did want to know this number divided by this number. So, we do that over here as well, I guess. Equals somebody once told me. No, that. Oh, it's still a percentage. Well, that's fine. Divided by the views number. So 60.95% of people who saw the page played the game. I guess that's pretty good. Also, probably there were probably some people who viewed the page more than once before they decided to play or download the game. So that's pretty good, I guess. Like, you probably say that number's skewed down just because there's probably multiple views that per person on average. Like, probably on average, people view the page more than once, I would guess. People who view the page more than once, I would guess. I could be wrong about that, but that's just my intuitive impression. I don't have any data to back that up. So... Okay, so we did say top selling. So what were the sales for the game? Oh, that's not a percentage anymore. It's just a number. Just a number, there we go. Alright. Okay, so that's that. Here's our gross revenue figure as well. Oops, I don't know what just happened. All right, gross rev. And that just equals that divided by that. There you go. So, Mike's rich. Yeah, we're rich. Gross revenue, $112 to date. Average purchase price was $6.22. I can tell you that there were some huge outliers, though. I can't really share this information too broadly because I think that, I think I can share this. This table cannot be publicly shared. Sent to third parties or users deleting my emails. Okay, yeah, I can't share this. It says it right above it. I can't share this. Okay. I will say the top payment amount that somebody chose to pay was $20. People paid over $6 average for a game they could have had for free. That's pretty good for a small game. Yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing. And I think that comes down to support. Like, people want to support me and what I'm trying to do on this channel. So yeah, the top payment was $20. The lowest payment was $1. And the median, mode? Oh gosh. I forget what average means what. Pretty sure it's median I'm looking for, right? Yeah, the middle value. Median. Okay, median. The median is $3.50. I believe. I haven't actually calculated that. But just looking at the instances of $3.50, I'm pretty sure it's $3.50. Which is the suggested donation amount. A game shouldn't cost more than $20. That's true. That's true. Never pay more than $20 for a game. So these are huge stats. This is way better than I expected. So my expectations was like 0. My expectations was 0 to $20 maybe on the outside. Are they all going to be the same size now? I can't just increase the size of the fonts. Text increase size. It's not like just increase, like relative increase of size. I can't do that. That's annoying. I just wanted the font to be a bit larger, you know. I just realized if you're on the stream, you might not be able to see it clearly. Oh my god, why? It's not going to do it, is it? I have to do it per column. That's great. So 18 generous individuals, who I'm very grateful to, did pay for the game. And for a free game, that's more than I could ever dream of, really. Like, realistically, more than I could ever dream of. I did think, like, realistically, the number I was thinking, $0 to maybe $10, maybe, like, on the outside, $20. Like, I did not expect to see this much gross revenue. Now, this is before Itch take their cut and pay taxes and all the other stuff, so the amount that I take home is less than that. I don't know what it is. Let me see if I can figure that out. I think they've got a page that I can look at that here. Also, I think I can share this fine. I think I'm allowed to share this. These graphs are obviously useful and interesting to look at. So I'll put those in here. I'm pretty sure this is not private information. I'm pretty sure I'm allowed to share this. So we have views, you can see the view fall off, like it's starting, like it's spiked. Launch day was obviously a short period, but then like the next one is a full day. The next one is a full day. It continued to grow on the second. Like this surprised me. I thought it would be a pretty quick fall off, but this has surprised me. I think we've only just ticked over to another day, so this number of views might actually still continue to go up throughout the day. But in terms of downloads, that's the kind of spike that I would have expected to see in views as well. So it's interesting that there is a little bit of staying power on itch, which is cool. I like to see it. But yeah, this is more like what I expect to see here, which is like, okay, it spiked on like the first day basically, and then fell off. That's what the downloads are doing. Browser plays are looking a lot like views. So it seems like if somebody gets to the page, they're more likely to play it. So if this number goes up, then this number will go up too, from what I understand. So like, there's actually a lot of people going to play my game, which is great. I really want people to play my game. So awesome. Sales is weird, but like, yeah, a lot of sales day one, and I think that's because I launched it on stream. A bunch of people went in and just like we're chipping in, like, you know, thanks for the stream kind of payments and stuff like that. And then yeah, it fell off pretty quick. So this is like one sale, 2 sales. These numbers I can tell you are 7 payments for the first one and 8 payments for the second one, and then 1 and then 2, and it's currently 0 for today. Whatever today is. I guess these might be UTC. I don't know if this is UTC or what, but it's definitely not my local time zone. Because it changes to the next day, like halfway through my day. Yeah, I have no idea what these dates are. But yeah, that's the data. So that's interesting data to have. And I guess that reflects like kind of what's happening up here too, in terms of browser plays, downloads, stuff like that. I think that's pretty well reflected. For out of interest, this is 11 and this is 40. So 40 downloads here and 11 here. You can see that by the graph, but I'll call out the actual numbers that it says. The third day was 23 and the fourth day was 15. Today it's 1 download. So yeah, it's still people still downloading it, which is cool. All right. Questions. Does anybody have any questions before I move on to my retrospective, what I might do differently, what I would continue to do if I were to continue working on the game? Anything like that? You can ask anything at all. My top referrer is itch.io/game/platform web. My highest external referrer was Twitter. The next highest external referrer was Blue Sky app. And that's about all I got data for. Everything else is like a bit iffy, so... So we can go into talk a bit more detail about the release and what happened in the release, and then we can go into probably that later stuff. Like I said, what I would continue to work on, what I might do differently. AGS does have Android build option, yes. If so, any interest in testing that some? I don't think so. If I was going to do an Android build, I'd have to change the UI because there's no like you can't right click. So I'd have to put like a look and an interact icon at least somewhere, right? Like a button to toggle, like whether you're in look mode. And I could totally do that, but that's why I didn't do an Android release. I'm not sure what that would be, Jay, but that's an interesting thing to look into, yeah. Like, I don't know... So, on, when you create a game on itch, you have to say, like, this download is for, like, Windows or Linux or Mac or whatever. I actually don't know if there's, like, a button for, like, Android. I don't know if I should check. I'll check now. There is an Android checkbox, so I could upload an Android build to this platform. And I could obviously also upload one to the Android Play Store and whatever other stores there are to distribute on Android. But yeah, I could upload an Android build if I wanted to. Yeah, I've actually had a couple of offers for testing on Linux, and I do have a Linux build, but I don't really know. Like, I didn't test it myself, so I could send out a copy of the Android build to a couple of people and see if it works okay on whatever builds you guys are running. But like, I don't know, like, dependencies and stuff like that. Like, Linux is a little bit more of a pain sometimes. I don't know how well this runs as a standalone product. You test on Steam Deck? That'll be cool. Yeah, that'll be cool to see tested on Steam Deck. Yeah. The Steam Deck must have right-click abilities, right? Like left-click, right-click, I guess. I don't know how it works, though. Is it a touch screen on the Steam Deck? Or is the screen not touch? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I have personally played it in the browser on my phone, and I can play through the entire game. I just can't look at stuff. That's the only thing I couldn't do. So, like, I guess I'm not going to release a mobile version unless I add stuff. Control buttons in Steam has a lot of mapping functionality. Yeah, of course. That makes sense. All right. It seems like there's not many questions on, like, this data side of things, like the post-release sort of numbers. But I wanted to make sure that was done, because, like, I think you all came along on this journey with me to make the game, and I think it's important to, like, share this stuff too. Like, I said when I started, I wanted to be as open as possible with this entire process. I'm going to continue to do that. Like I said, I've cooled it on the reviewing channel status, because A, that's not changing, and B, it's less interesting content, I think, to start the stream with nowadays. It was great early when things were changing a lot. Now it's still stabilized a bit, so we'll continue with what we got. BRB, dog issue. Good luck with the dog issue. Yeah. Sales data is interesting. I just don't have much to add is all. Yeah, no, I'm not asking. Yeah, obviously, I just want to give people a chance. I'm not, like, trying to belabor it or anything. I just want to make sure everybody has a chance to make a comment on this sort of stuff. It's totally fine not to have something to say about this. It's like, I'm very, very, very happy with this. It's far exceeded my expectations. I did not think that 90 people would play my game, let alone 1,481 people would play my game. I didn't expect it. So that's really good. These are really fantastic numbers for a tiny little game. It takes 10 minutes to play, 20 if you, like, take your time and, like, look at stuff and read everything. It might take you 20 minutes. So yeah, fantastic. I'm really happy about it. I'm also really happy. Actually, we didn't really finish the review side of things, because the post-review stats, we didn't look at the game reviews, which I'm going to try and find now. Reviews and ratings. Okay. Is there anything private on the reviews and ratings page? I don't know. All right, we'll look at it. I feel like I get in trouble for looking at this. So, we've got a lot of high ratings, ridiculous number of high ratings. I guess the engagement of people who want to rate a game tends to be towards the positive side, or maybe I'm just lucky that way. I don't know. Under the more info expander, under the about section. Thank you. Yeah. I found it. Thank you. So yeah, this is really interesting. Like, for me, I didn't know what to expect with ratings. They're all very high. It's like four or 5 stars. There's not even a 3-star, which is mind-blowing. I would have expected, honestly, like with such a small game and like, you know, I don't know, I just didn't expect this. This is really positive. So we had some really good reviews. Got our very own Refraction helping shill the game, I guess. Very enjoyable short adventure, highly Day of the Tentacle inspired point and click adventure with simple but satisfying puzzles and great references humor throughout. Thank you, that's a very nice review. Fiery One also left an awesome review. A game with real coffee, not that black tar the other side of the planet drinks. Fellow Australian, I'm sure. It's a short game in a lovely art style. Now go get playing. The bacon and egg won't fry itself. Awesome. It's a good review. I like it. This is a good one. Puzzle game go brr. I didn't need any tutorial. That's great. Great fun mini adventure that really captures the fun of those early point and clicks. So it's nice. We got some really nice reviews. I'm very happy about that. Thank you, Refraction. Hey there, Foamed. Good to see you. Welcome in. All right, so that's that page. I might just close that one. We should take a look at the comments now that we've kind of talked about like the details. It's fun to just go and see what like the reception was, like what people actually said. So we got a comment from another friend. Super excited to see how my non-pointy clicker brain solves this game. I'm hoping it takes me the standard 20 minutes or so, 20 or so minutes, and not something redonkulous like 3 hours, like a certain Zork mailbox boss took me. Yeah, I don't think our puzzles are that devious, like they're not Zork levels of devious, so I think DC Bueller probably did okay. We got a review here, which I have watched. It's a very short video. I won't play it here because we would probably watch the entire thing and it would, but we rated #1 on this person, on this person's video. We rated #1 of their games, but I realized later it's actually #1 out of all of the games that they've reviewed on their series so far. So extremely high rating for the game from this person, which was really, really wonderful to see. I was shocked. This is great. I love this. I absolutely love this. This is so good to see. This made me smile so much to see comments like this. How do I give the catnip to the cat? Delphine just says that she needs some sort of catnip delivery system. Never mind, I figured it out. It just makes me so happy to see that. I'm back. Sorry if I missed any discussion there from my comments. No. I think we're good. I think we're okay. I hope your dog's okay. Some of the other games also looked pretty good. Yes, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about though. You've lost me. But this is fantastic. I'm really happy that somebody got stumped enough to go and ask a question and then figured it out and then solved it before I got a chance to reply to them. I'm really, really happy about that. It makes me so happy because I was worried that it was just going to be a like basically a walk in the park. You just like click this, click that, click this, click that, and then you play the game. Because like as the person on the designing side of it, it's hard to tell like what stuff's going to trip people up. So yeah, dog needed to go out. Oh yeah. That happens. It happens. Oh well. Watch the final stream live. Put a lot of work into it. Thanks for the fun little game and real coffee experience. This is again the same person, so obviously a fellow Australian. Like I said, if anyone was to look for this, so this is just helpful information that I didn't post anywhere, so that's great. Or great to see on IGDB. I actually posted myself there. And How Long to Beat, handy for Play Night integration. I don't know what Play Night integration is. I'm not sure what that is, but I did look at How Long to Beat, and it is literally the speed run of the game. That's what's being posted as a time. In fact, faster than I've seen somebody speedrun it. It's actually faster than I've seen somebody speedrun it. I don't think you can speedrun it that quickly. I'm pretty sure you can't beat it in the time that How Long to Beat has listed, which is interesting. That's always been my feeling on How Long to Beat, because I'll like, if I'm playing like Gabriel Knight 2 or like 1 even, and How Long to Beat's like, oh, that's a 4-hour game, and it's like, yeah, if you know exactly what to do, maybe it's, or like whatever, you know, it's like they're never actually what they say. They're always like really, really aggressive times. I was saying the person who reviewed on YouTube, picked number 1, also reviewed other good-looking games, so that's a good compliment. Yeah, sorry, I get you. Sorry, yeah, I was a little bit out of context. I'd forgotten I'd even talked about that. Yeah, absolutely. Tried to post to how long to beat the night Doc was testing it, but I don't know if it posted. It's there at 3 minutes. It's listed on how long to beat as 3 minutes, which is impossible to do with the final build, I think. I haven't tried beating it in less than 3 minutes, but I'm pretty sure you'd struggle. Because there's more steps to it now than when Doc played it. Like, you can't open the fridge, for example, until after certain things have happened. I mean, you can, but you can't open it a second time until other things happen. Oh, based on the joke during stream? Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's frustrating to see the number up there, but hopefully somebody can submit another score. I don't know how to... I've never used how long to beat. I don't really trust their website, but if somebody wants to update it with like a 10-minute number would be nice. It's always wrong. It always is wrong, yeah. I don't know if this person finished the game. Oh boy, sorry, oh boy, I sure wish I could use the things that could clearly be used to attach a door handle. And I wrote a comment trying not to be too helpful. They had to take a break. They clicked nearly everything and they couldn't figure it out. And then I posted them a helpful answer, which is, as you all know if you've been here and you've played the game, on the workbench there's vice grips that you can use. And hopefully they did go and finish the game. But maybe they didn't. I don't know. I didn't get any more responses after that. Really fun game. I didn't even know AGS could build for web. I did not either. It was interesting. Interesting to see that myself. I wasn't aware that. And honestly, if you can publish a game and embed it in the browser, I think you got a higher chance of people actually playing a game. Especially if you can put like a demo. So if you've got a full commercial release, if you can put a demo that's playable in browser on itch, that would be huge for conversions, I think. Huge. Hey, Draforan. So where can I get the game? Oh, you can get the game right here on the page I'm looking at right now. There it is. It's available right now. You can play it. It's free. It does have a donation option. You just can click download. You don't need to donate if you don't want to. So even though I basically watched the whole thing being made, it was nice to finally play it, and it's quite a fun little game. Well done on putting it out there. It motivated me to go back to AGS and finish my... This is another comment that I love seeing, is other people saying like, oh, I'm going to keep working on my game, I'm going to start working on a game. That's really cool. The background art is great, and so many references, I love it. That's really good to read. Really good, really nice. This is Mousimus, an awesome developer as well. If you look at Mousimus's itch page, there's some amazing stuff. So definitely worth going and taking a look. This is their current game that they're working on. Congrats on the release, an excellent mini adventure. I was most impressed by the art. It perfectly hits the nostalgia itch, combined with humor and many references. The premise of things going wrong worked very well, and I chuckled every time the game said, "Not so fast." Had this been submitted to a game jam, it would definitely score very high. It's astounding everything was done just by yourself plus chat, and this quickly. Please keep going. I will keep going. Thank you for the very kind words. $800? That's crazy cheap. I submitted a more realistic time based on my playthrough. Hopefully that helps to average it out. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So this is another comment. This was a nice one to see. Somebody just did a full playthrough video on YouTube. I could tell they'd already played through the game before doing this, because like it had all of the solutions in it. Also, this is the first version. This is like as soon as the game launched. I've actually updated. We'll talk about updates in a second. Once I finish talking about updates, then we can finally move on to the thing. I forgot that I had other stuff to talk about. We can finally move on to like what I would have done differently and what's next. So yeah, Day of the Pizza coming soon. Really good comment, because that means they liked playing the game. They want to see more of it. That's fantastic. And also I love pizza, so obviously, you know, that's good too. And I think this video is about 10 minutes. Like it's basically, the gameplay takes about as long as 10 minutes. For most people, if you know exactly what to do and if you don't interact with everything, it takes about 10 minutes. Hey, somebody who's in the chat, I got a comment from them as well. Another, this is a second review, comment slash review. Thank you, Foamed. It's a cute little game with cool art. I definitely had a really good time watching all the dev streams. Thank you for being here for all the dev streams. It was awesome to have you, as always. I love this. It would have been nice if the game kicked you out to the desktop after finishing it instead. Based on this feedback with this, I did remember, like, oh yeah, that's right, because I forgot something. I forgot to go back and add something. We'll talk about that in a minute. That's one of the bugs that I fixed after the initial launch. We'll talk about that in a minute. P.S. I'm happy no kitties were actually drugged during the making of this game. And then, obviously, the cat jam. This is Foam's, like, signature almost. So yeah, I did put a comment here about V1.2 with the quit button now available. Well done with this game, Mike. Glad to have helped contribute some ideas to it. Thank you, Vinyl, or Minty, whichever way. Oh, it's Minty. You prefer Minty. It's great to play this finally. You may have inspired me to possibly make one in the future now. That's awesome to hear. Again, another person saying how they're inspired to work on their own thing. That's fantastic. I'm really happy to hear that. Another question here about the thing. So I love this comment. It's so nice. I love it. I love to see this. Like, again, I wasn't sure if the puzzles were devious enough. I didn't want them to be too hard. I didn't want them to be like ridiculously difficult, but I'm really happy that somebody was like trying to warm the milk up on the stove, but they couldn't. And they couldn't get outside to get the barbecue hose. And they're like, how do I do it? And then they realize finally, oh, I use the coffee machine to do it. And that just warms my heart to see somebody struggled with a game, but figured it out. They persisted, figured it out. And they're not kind of dumb. It's just like, if you don't think of it, like if you don't know how to make a coffee, maybe you wouldn't catch that idea. That might be something I should put a little bit of a hint in the game for. If you like try and use the milk on the stove, it should say, I need to use the espresso machine to heat the milk. Maybe that's what I should have done. But, you know, I think that's pretty good. Someone having a fair challenge out of it is a good sign. Yeah, nothing too easy or brutal. Yeah, I hope so. Can't dumb it down too much. I agree. I will talk about an idea that I tested out here that I think didn't work out well, but I think it's still a good idea. And I'll talk about that in a minute too. When we go back to looking at reviews and, well, after we finish looking at reviews, we'll go on to that. This is the same person that gave it number 1 out of all the games I reviewed. They basically just asked if they could review the game. I was like, yeah, absolutely, you can review the game. And I talked to them a little bit about the process. They asked some questions, and we talked a little bit about, they asked some questions about like what would help with their content creations processes and stuff. So I talked to them. They appreciated that advice and donated $1 to the game to support the project, and that was very kind of them. They didn't have to do that. So anyway, I think I gave them a little bit of help too, because they got stuck in the game as well. They couldn't find the chicken coop, and that's another thing that I have a little bit of a problem with. That I think I made a bad adventure game design decision, which I personally have complained about at length. And I can't believe I did this to people. So we'll talk about that too. That is all the post-launch stuff, like to do with statistics and interactions with people playing the game. Now we actually talk about my thoughts on finishing the game, what I would change. But first of all, let's talk about the things that I've said that we would talk about. I would commit to a full 40+ hour playthrough of it if there were longer game. If there was a longer game easily. Oh, right, yeah, sorry, that was me reading Pat poorly. It was super fun and well made. I always wanted to make a game myself, but seeing your seemingly effortless and incredible art made me realize there's no point in trying. X-Mensa, no! That's the opposite effect that I'm trying to have. Someone having a fair challenge out of it is a good sign. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad that people had a fair challenge. Yeah, Shaboy Jay, I understand. I feel the same way about myself. I hate most of the artwork that I produce, but I just was like, I'm just going to do what I can, and like hopefully people will be happy. Throughout the process, I have said a few times, I'm actually really happy with how this looks. So I guess I've gotten over a little bit of my own self-doubt, which is good. I think that's a really positive step for me. The only games I ever worked on were mods. Yeah, text-based games are great. And the thing is, nowadays, like, it's really easy to find resources of, like, people have already created the art. And you can at least prototype a game with nice art, right? At least you could do that. Other things people do to solve this is they go out and make games with photographs. Like, they just take photographs and they, like, you know, kind of like, not fully FMV, but, you know, they kind of like do stuff that way. There's ways to make games without having to actually produce art if you don't want to. And at the very least, you can use like source assets that you're like free or like paid for assets just to prototype it and get it done. And then you can go and say, find an artist and say, look, I've made this game. It's done. I just need the art redone. So like, you know, to meet the vision that I have, you tell them what you want. They make it, you pay them, or they get royalties, whatever you want to do, whatever agreement you come up with, and then you've got your game with all your new art in it. And so, like, don't let that stop you. Don't let that stop you. You can, like, we're fortunate to live in a world that there's plenty of art resources that you can use without having to pay for any of it if you don't want to. Like, there's free art out there that you can use to prototype your game, build a complete game just with, you know, placeholder art, and then go pay someone to do the art when you're ready to launch. And if you can't afford to pay someone, work on a royalty deal or a partnership, whatever. Like, hey, I built the entire and designed the entire thing, I just need someone to fill out the art. You can have like 10% of revs, and if the revs you expect are like 112 gross revs, then that's how that you just work, you know, they get $10, right? You pay them the $10 and you move on. Like, it's just the way it is. Like, obviously you would want to be able to pay them more than that. I'm not that's a bit of a that joke was not good. You want to pay an artist what they're worth, but yeah, you just have to work that stuff out. Hopefully you can find an artist that you can work with and they're willing to put the time in. All right. Risk of Rain never did art before too. That's awesome. Yeah, Risk of Rain's pretty got a pretty striking look to it if I remember correctly. It's probably on Itch, right? It's not. Doesn't seem to be. It's got the OST. But yeah, it has a pretty cool look. Anyway. I don't want to get too distracted. What was I going to do next? I've already forgotten what I was going to do next. I should have written this stuff down before I started. Okay, launch and bugs and stuff like that. So you can see we're up to 1.2 on the releases. So 1.1 I released like pretty much the next day. Like I went to bed and I didn't know there was some bugs in the game and I had to go fix them. So let's talk about that, and then after we finish talking about all the stuff that went wrong or like that I fixed or updated after release, we'll cover all of that, and then we'll go back and we'll look at what else we could do in, like, what else I would have liked to have done in this release, what I could do in the future with it, and then we're actually going to move on and start talking about the next game. So if you have any questions throughout this whole process, please ask questions. No Plan survives a battlefield, and Little Code survives a launch. I like it. I like it. All right, let me bring up the folder here with the game in it. We'll switch over to the full screen view as well. Please let me know if something's not on screen when we get in there. But we're obviously going back to here. So I'll try not to talk about stuff that we did on stream already. I'm just trying to cover the stuff that we did for bug fixes purposes. So I think the first thing to look at is the kitchen. When the game starts, I added some stuff. So we already had the, I was dreaming about a delicious bacon sandwich. I must have it. And then, you know, stuff happens and the game starts. That's how it launched. It launched that way. I added the next day. I just was like, you know what? We really need to add like a little bit of a display thing just to explain, like left click to look at, like to interact with stuff and take them, and right click to look. I just wanted to make sure that was explained, because some people, like my wife, hadn't played a point and click in years, and like she hadn't played one with that style of user interface. So when I watched her playing, I was like, oh gosh, yeah, she's not, she didn't really realize that at first. Took her a little while to realize she can right click to look at stuff. So I was like, okay, that's definitely something. And also the inventory, I was like not sure if people would understand like that they could click on the icon in the top left. I think everybody did, like I watched people do it, so I think everybody figured that out. But I just wanted to put in like a little note like, hey, click here to look at the stuff in your pocket, basically. Originally this was a display ad, and then I changed it to use the cut character speech because I thought that looked better. And also made it so that when you're in this scene, when that message is getting displayed, it'll also show the pocket, because by default it hides the UI when anybody talks, and I wanted that to be visible when it's being pointed at, so I added that too. Gotta be honest, I was a bit confused how to look at stuff, but then the box was crashing, so I couldn't confirm I was doing the look thing. Yeah, so that's the other thing. That's one of the things. That's one of the bugs. So this is stuff that I added. That's all like one of the first things you'll notice different between what I like finished with before launch and then what is on there now. This is a big change. That's really in your face. So that's that explained. I just wanted that to be clearer. Going to immediately we'll go look at the issue that this is hilarious, by the way. I think this is very, very funny. This is the issue that Refraction's referring to. This number was this, and I looked at this and went 69, 89, that's 20. It's 21. But I'm an idiot, and I was like streaming, so a bit of streamer brain happened. And I was just like, oh yeah, 69, 89, that's 20, move on. I left it at 20. All I needed to do was this, and then that bug would never have happened, Refraction. I didn't even test it. I didn't even test it. If I had literally just tested looking at the box, I would have caught the bug. And we wouldn't have launched with a crash bug like this in the game. But I did. So... yeah. Big mistake. I changed to 30. I changed it to 30 just so if I do decide like, oh, there's just another funny thing that I can add, I'll just add it now. Then I don't have to remember to change the number, because like, you know, I'm going to forget to change the number, right? So I decided not making it 21 was a better idea. I made it 30 instead. So we've got a little bit of headroom to add more stuff. But that was hilarious. It was very frustrating. So that, like, I wasn't going to roll out a patch too quickly. I thought like, I've got time. But because it was this game-breaking bug, I was like, I gotta fix this right now. So I did. I went ahead and fixed it. Yeah. So dumb, but hey, it happens. It happens. These are the things that happen, especially when you're like making changes on the last day. It's getting late. You're tired. You're streaming live. You want to hit publish. This is one of the things that you miss. Ran right to the box because I wanted to see what it made it in. Oh, that's so funny. So you like immediately crashed the game as well. Well, that's fixed now. That's fixed in version 1.1, and also obviously in 1.2 I haven't broken it again, so that's fixed. There were some other issues with inventory stuff that as I was watching some people's playthroughs, which I guess this falls back into the previous section a bit, which we'll go take a quick look at now. If you go to Day of the Sandwich, you'll see that somebody actually did stream the game. And I watched this. I watched this whole thing, watched the whole playthrough.
1.1.
And they're playing 1.1. So this is with the box fix in place. There's a few things that they tried to do. I was like, oh, that really should like do something. One thing I noticed was the frying pan. They used a lot of stuff with the frying pan with no feedback at all. I added feedback to the frying pan. A bit more feedback to the frying pan. And they also tried to combine the coffee with the milk, and it said like that's ridiculous, I think it was. I can go back a couple of seconds here. Not leaving without drinking coffee. They like try and drink the coffee, they get the thing, oh, I prefer to add milk. It's like, haha, I got you there, got you again. That's good, that's what I wanted. So then they try and combine the coffee icon with the milk. It says, that's ridiculous. It shouldn't say that's ridiculous. It should say like, oh, I prefer to steam the milk first. Like this. So they immediately knew, like, click on this rather than click on that, which is good. But yeah, that was a couple things I fixed. Frying pan and the milk. I just made them have better messaging, so people don't get like confused by it. Looking at Save and Raid poster is great. I'm glad they looked at Save and Raid. People did not interact with the background as much as I thought they might in this room. This room's got a lot of references and fun stuff to look at, and like this person's left clicking a lot. A worker 89, by the way, on Twitch, twitch.tv/aworker89. Zach Glasses gave me a giggle, and GT, excellent, Rev, excellent. I'm glad you saw those. But yeah, they're left clicking on so much stuff instead of right clicking. I'm like, I wish you would have right clicked more and left clicked less. And that's making me think maybe I should just make, if there's an object with no interaction and no like special comment for interaction, I should just make them automatically go into the look code somehow. Like maybe that's what I should be doing. I don't know. But that's fine. That's fine. So anyway, there's a few other things that they had trouble with, which I think was the sausage combination. Like, okay, they tried to cook and blend the catnip, which is an interesting. I like it. I like that they're trying different things. It's good to see people doing stuff that, like, you know, they're trying to solve the puzzle, and that's fantastic, I think. They eventually realized they should go back to the fridge. And I want to talk about this as well. Okay, and they made the sandwich. I don't know when they combined the sausage. Yeah, right there. Okay. So I think they've already combined it with the sausage at this point. And they give it to the cat. Yeah. So... anyway, once they've done that, they can obviously go cook their sandwich. They had no problem with cooking the sandwich and eating it, winning the game, and all that. They had to Alt F4 as well, because I still hadn't done the fix in 1.2, which lets you quit the game at the end. But yeah, that was really fun to watch. I had a great time watching this video. Need to stick you a Meteor Madness minigame for the arcade machine. That would be pretty fun. It was pretty cool, made me actually LOL. I'm so glad that you laughed out loud, X-Mensa. Yeah, it was pretty cool to drug the cat. Obviously, that's getting a lot of that sound command of like, it would have been pretty cool to drug the cat, get so much play on my channel. I had to put the reference in here. I skipped all the dev streams so I could play it blind. It was difficult. Oh, awesome. I mean, I'm really glad that you made a conscious decision to, I just want to play the game without being spoiled, so I won't watch the dev streams. It's great to have you here, X-Mentor, then, in that case. I'm glad to hear that that made you lol. We had some fun with the game. Obviously, there was some fun stuff in the game. So I did the frying pan stuff. That's another kitchen thing. So in the kitchen, the frying pan, I don't even... Does search even work anymore? Seriously. Did I call it pan?
It would have been pretty cool to drug the cat.
Yeah, that sound command. So if you interact with it, it just says like the usual thing. If you look at it, it says something else. Here we go, use inventory. So I changed this up a fair bit, actually. So I said like, hey, if it's something that you can cook, or if it's butter. Sorry, or if it's butter. I said if it's something that you need to cook, like egg, bacon, or bread, and also obviously rotten egg as well, because you want to be able that should behave properly. Sausages and sausages drugged, and butter, I also allow you to interact with. It now plays the animation to interact with it. Otherwise, it'll say I probably shouldn't cook that. So if you put the butter on the pan, it just plays the animation like you put the butter on the pan. It lets people like role play cooking a little bit, you know. is stove fixed? If the stove is fixed and it's rotten eggs, does the thing. If it's eggs, does the thing. None of this has really changed. I just added a clause for sausages, the sausage type, and it says just enough to warm them. Just like, hey, I'm just warming up the sausages a tiny bit for the cat, not actually cooking it. You know, so if somebody wants to cook the sausages, it'll just say just enough to warm them. It won't actually do anything. It's just there for like a little bit of role play, I guess. Yeah, and nothing else really changed there. So it just tightens up the interaction with the frying pan a bit more. Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Channel memes were my hints. That's good. Kitty, would you like some sausage? Kitty, would you like some sausages? Yeah, I'll have to add that now too. So what else did I change? Oh, the fridge. I don't remember if I did the fridge path blocking in V1.1 or before V1.1. I think I did it before. But the fridge won't let you access it for the second time until the cat has declared itself is angry. Then you're allowed to go to the fridge a second time. It would be pretty cool to drug the sausages. That's good. That's good. I think that's it. I think that's all of the stuff that I changed. Like, there wasn't a lot of changes, to be honest. Like, one major bug and a few other, like, tightening things up. That's about all I changed. So, pretty good. Is there anything I've forgotten to address that I said I would? Or do you have any questions before I move on to what I would like to do if I was to continue working on the game, or what I might do in the future with this? I'm gonna eat a little bit more apple, so I'll give you time to think about it, give you time to put some questions together. If you don't have any questions, that's cool, we can move on. The apple's good, it's not bad. It's small, but not bad. I'm glad you accounted for all the interactions with the pan. It's really nice polish. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I added that tiny bit of polish. I was like, if I'm going to do an update just to fix the you can't exit the game at the end bug, I might as well just throw in a couple of other things I was thinking about after watching a video of somebody playing the game. Alarm sounds perfect. Good. It's supposed to, like, I didn't intend it to feel like, oh my gosh, that's really annoying. Like, I wanted it to, like, because obviously you got the nice Moonlight Sonata, and then you've got an annoying alarm clock sound, and it's like, that's waking you up. I wanted to refer back to Day of the Tentacle with that bit of, like, Day of the Tentacle has, like, the bird flying through, and it's like, and it, like, falls out of the sky, and the music, all, like, the beautiful music, like, falls off as well. Like, I wanted to replicate that feeling with that introduction. It's a dream about a nice bacon sandwich, and then you get rudely awakened by your alarm clock. Like, I wanted that. So, yeah. That's the sound of the alarm that you've used your whole life. Oh, wow. So obviously, like, the game, I would like to put more sounds in. That's number one. If I was gonna do another release, it would be to add more sounds to the whole game. I wouldn't have to do anything else. If I just added sound effects to more stuff to help really sell the feeling of playing the game and, like, bring it more alive, sound effects would do that. That would be the number one thing I would do if I was going to spend another day or two on this. It would be sound, 100%. Sizzling in the pan, yeah. Just the sound of like picking up something, like just standard pickup sound would be really good. Yeah, because this room is like one of the more polished ones with the sound effects. It's like got sounds everywhere. Oh, I should also, like, if I try and do that, it now says I need to steam it first, just like it does the other way around. So that's like that fix that I put in. You know, combining the steamed milk with the coffee and then drinking it. All those things. That's true, Jay. Yeah, it's true. And I think that like really speaks to you, right? Like it's visceral for that reason. And I think that's kind of goes for exactly what I wanted to go for with the introduction of the game. I can see it now, Mike cooking bacon in the kitchen with 3 or 4 microphones for science. Sounds like a great idea. Yeah, I would definitely just use freesound.org for as much as I possibly could. They're fantastic, and I really appreciate that they have what they have up there. And all the people putting Creative Commons Zero assets up there is really amazing, because it means... Like, the reason I like that so much... Oh, no shirt, of course. If I was going to cook bacon, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if I was gonna, like, the reason that I prefer to use Zero, Creative Commons Zero, like public domain essentially, I'm just dumb enough to forget to credit somebody. So even if it was like a free attribution sound, I might use it and forget where I got it or something. Like, I'm just really worried that I'm gonna not attribute somebody that I should have. So that's why I prefer to find the Creative Commons Zero ones, just because I'm an idiot, basically, is the reason. Yeah. If you got enough chest hairs, you don't need a cooking apron. That's right. That's right. So we drank our coffee. We got to turn on the stove. So yeah, just more sound effects. Like even just a generic like whoosh sound effect for like interacting with stuff. Like just something. Just something. It doesn't need to be anything special. Maybe when you turn on the oven, it makes like a gas oven starting up sound, like a tick 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 whoosh. Something like that would be great. Like, just like really basic stuff. Just add a little bit more to it. I think the clock's great. It tells you the time, the local time, which is kind of funny. If the clock says 7:30 a.m. and it's like 2:50 p.m., like what happened? What happened in the last several hours? I've got everything. So yeah, I can't go back into the fridge. I have to do the things. So I can't cook because the stove's broken. So we got to go outside. We can't go outside. So then we go back into the basement. We get the thing out of the basement, all of that stuff. Sound really sells things when you can't do elaborate animation. Yeah, for sure. Maybe more so than animation sometimes. Yeah, I think sound is integral to animation as well. Like, depending on the style of animation you're doing, I think having sound effects play at the right time and the right kind of sound effect would really sell a lot of this stuff. I definitely want to do that. Like, you've seen some games will do, like, adventure games, old ones even, they'll fade to black, and then you hear, like, the sawing and the hammering and stuff, and then it fades back in, and it's got, like, some object on the screen that they've built. They didn't have to animate a single thing. They just faded it out, played a couple of sound effects, and faded back in. That takes, like, 10 minutes to produce, right? Well, maybe a bit more, but, like, that takes very little time to produce. Animating it would have taken hours, right? So, it's a very good thing to use, that kind of stuff. Rotten egg has a nice juicy fart. You know, I could totally see putting something like that in there. Yeah, and animations, like if I was going to spend some more time on animations, there would be a few that I would add for sure. But I think for the most part it's pretty good. One thing I noticed, not many people commented on this reference here. I don't know if anybody noticed it, honestly. I did talk about it when I put it in. This is like Strong Badia reference. The comment that you get when you look at it, it's not there. It's really only people who know Strong Badia would see the reference. You laughed bad at the Strong Bad Tire. Laughed at the Strong Bad Tire. Awesome. I'm glad you saw it. I'm glad somebody noticed. The shovel, I didn't do anything special with the shovel, but I did want to do some jokes. I just couldn't, I didn't, but that was like one of the last things I added in terms of art, and I just didn't have time to really like put a joke in about the shovel. So that's fine. Homestar Runner lives in my brain, and it's a problem. Maybe I think there's a bunch of us that like had access to Homestar Runner / Strong Bad emails at a certain time in our lives. It's just going to be permanently in our brains. We're probably on our deathbeds making references to it that nobody will understand. Now, if there had been a Lappy 386, that would have got me for sure. Yeah. Felt familiar, but it's been so long. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a not the best reference. Yeah, it's true. I like the art additions instead of the grass details. I still think I should have gone and done some grass details. I still think that would have really elevated the art. I think there's also stuff I didn't do in here that I wanted to do. Like, redo the tile floor so the tiles aren't as massive as they are, and do some, like, shadows and tones on the walls, and maybe some mess, like some splashed greasy stuff on the wall. Stuff like that would have really helped sell this place as, like, a real environment a little bit more. And maybe that would have helped call back to like Sam and Max environments as well a bit more than that. I kind of wanted to do that. We didn't have time to put all the stuff in that I wanted. So yeah, rotten eggs. A lot of the polish that I did on dialogue was just like really tightening it up, deleting some extra lines that were like confusing. Oh, here's an issue. Here's an actual problem that I kind of hate myself for doing it. And if I was gonna, like, this is a really simple fix, but like, look at this. Look at how big the hotspot is for going to the chicken coop. It basically is just this bottom corner. It should have been the whole right side of the screen. And I should have put the little sign in that said chickens this way, or something like that. Or I should have just had like an animation of like the word cluck, cluck, cluck playing down here. So you could at least see like, and maybe even play the sound like off on the right speaker, just playing like a little chicken clucking sound occasionally. Just anything to say, hey, there's chickens over here. Because I had there was a couple of people who like couldn't find the chicken coop, or like they didn't know what to do next and couldn't solve the puzzle because they couldn't find the fresh eggs. And that's just because they didn't move their mouse to this like little hotspot down the corner, which is like really, it's only like, I don't know how big it is. It's maybe like 20 pixels tall. It's very small. So yeah, feathers on the path, literally anything to call this out. And this is something I complain about a lot. I walked away from the computer a couple of times when this sort of thing happened to me, where it's like, oh, there was a room that I didn't see. Most recently, Simon the Sorcerer 2. This game did it egregiously. It was very annoying. I was so annoyed by it. Because there were so many ways they could have solved the problem, and they didn't. And here I am doing the same thing to somebody else. I feel bad about that. That game made me rage. It did. It made me rage because like I spent ages not finding a room, and this is the same problem. This hotspot should definitely be bigger. In fact, I might actually fix this one. There might actually be a 1.3 that just fixes this, and maybe I'll throw in a couple of other changes as well. But this is a stupid problem that shouldn't exist. Yeah. I even in my original drawing, there's a sign. Like if I bring up Krita, I think if I bring up background art, the original outline for it, I'm pretty sure there's a little sign saying chicken coop or something like that on it. And I just didn't do it. I just thought, oh, it's a bit too obvious. Maybe I won't put that in. I should have put it in. Yeah, chickens. I just need to put that in. It would have looked fine. And then people were like, oh, there's chicken coop that way. I'll go that way. That's all I needed to do. That's literally everything. It was too big of, I just was like, oh, it's too obvious. And so I didn't draw it. So that bothers me, that the fact that there's another screen to the right that you can't, if you don't move your mouse to the lower right corner, you don't see that that's a path. That's silly. I shouldn't have done that. That was a big mistake. Yeah. Bad programmer, bad game designer. I lose points for that, definitely. All right. Continuing. This scene was pretty much, I love this scene. It's one of my favorite scenes in the entire game. I cleaned up the pixel art on the sign to say chicken. It's the only pixel art I fixed in the backgrounds. I was planning to do more fixing pixel art in backgrounds just to really help solidify it and bring it home. Which I know, it does look to me, it appears to me as though Day of the Tentacle has that, like they digitized like stuff that they'd drawn, they scanned it in, and then they went over it, tidied up the pixels on like bits of it, and some bits they didn't bother with that, but on other bits they did. I didn't do that, and I should have done that. I'm a bit more. If I had more time, I would have definitely polished the backgrounds up with a bit more pixel art cleanup like this sort of stuff. Just to help really sell like the edges of things and like make things like look a little bit more like the way they should. But this background is one of my favorites. It's got a lot of like just layers to the details. Like you can see it's got like these layers to the details with like bushes and trees and hills and stuff in the background. Got the clouds, which is like a late addition that I think really helped like make this scene stand out as something interesting to look at. Yeah, there's just a lot here. It's a really nice looking scene. I like it a lot. The rock looks terrible in high resolution. It looks fantastic in the pixel art. Like, I did cut corners on a lot of stuff just to be like, oh, it should look okay when it's scaled down, so I don't have to spend as much time polishing high res art because I'm not using high res art. I'm using like 320 by 200. So, yeah, there's a lot here that I could do that with. Like the tufts of grass here look fine. I think this little extra detail in the shadows of the grass, just having just having a little bit of these things, I think that really helps sell like the idea of like grassy fields. So this looks really nice. I'm really happy with this background. Obviously the chicken, the chicken coop and the cat combination. This cat was supposed to be just placeholder art, but it was good enough for publication. I think I still love this cat. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I might tidy up the animation frames a bit. I might tidy it up a little bit, but I think it's a fantastic cat. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I did kind of spend more time on it than I should have at the time I did the prototype art, but it stayed in the game the whole time. And I'm still happy with it. I still think it works. I think having a subtle visual cue, like a change in the path texture, like in that corner, but also something to differentiate from the lower left corner. Yeah, I agree. Because, like, if you move your mouse to the lower left here and nothing happens, why would you move it over here? I don't know. Sorry about that, Rev Brown. It happens every time. Okay, so now we just need to, do the thing. I think that's, like, the major stuff, like, that I would change. If I was, like, to spend some time, sound effects, fixing this issue on the right. I now realize you can't fully see that. Let me move this over here. Yeah, fixing this issue on the right would have been a huge thing. I should have done that sooner. I really wish that I hadn't done this to people, because it is this tiny little box in the right hand corner that you just don't see. Like, there's no reason. The only reason you click here is because you see the path like goes out here and the path goes out here. Maybe you should click on it. But like just having chickens clucking off in the distance to the right quietly, or occasionally you just hear a clock come through, that would be good. Feathers on the path, like literally anything to be of visual interest that says like something is over here. Oh, it's the chicken coop. When you move your mouse over that part of the path, that would have fixed it. Or just making the chicken coop hotspot much bigger. I think I'll do both. If I do another patch, I'll like fix up the background art with like a cue or two in it, and then I'll make it this thing bigger so it's like you can't miss it. Yeah. Oh wait, I don't need to go to that room right now. Go back. Go get the thing. So yeah, that's all of those things. And also, Shlo, thank you for the review you left on the page. So this catnip, I would redraw it. I would figure out a way to make this look nicer and stand out a little bit more. I hate it. It's like one of the least. This started out as the least polished room in the entire game. I added a couple of details to help hopefully sell it a little bit more. I forgot to clean up some of the art here, so I would spend a little bit of time cleaning up this screen. I would just clean up this screen a bit. I'd maybe put, I don't think I'd bother putting more visual details in the background here, but I might just like throw some color swatches to break up this gray brown sort of green. I just maybe throw a few brush strokes over it just to like break it up a little bit. There's only a tiny bit of sky, so I wouldn't worry about that. I wouldn't worry about the house. The house looks fine. Maybe I'd extend these lines a little bit because they're kind of like not there. That's where the door was. I just dragged it in, skewed it, flipped it from the backyard background. I didn't redraw the house. So, whoa! We got a raid. Catnip has white flowers. See, I looked up images of catnip and I was just like, I don't know. I just draw this. I couldn't really figure it out. Pie Lozan, thank you very much for the pie raid. How was your stream today? You were working on, did you finish Return yet? Return to Monkey Island? Can't remember if you said you were finished that one. As something to make it stand out. Oh, yeah, that would help make it stand out for sure. For sure. I would just redraw this. This is like I just didn't know how to draw it, and I couldn't be bothered figuring it out at the time. If I was to do more updates to this, I would definitely make the catnip look more interesting. And I'll change the way the shadow is drawn as well, because it looks ugly. There's a lot on this screen that I'm not happy with, but people liked the reference. This reference here with the kumquat plant and the red paint, people liked the reference. I did see a couple people comment on it or like mention it, or in the video that we just skimmed through before, there was a good chuckle about that, so I liked that. Raiders, do you want some sausage? Raiders, do you want some sausages? Love the reference, Pie. Excellent. You finished it, and then you went on to Da Vinci 2. Da Vinci 2, like the Dan Brown video gameization adaptation. That's a good herb, actually. Yeah, that's the other thing I would do is change the cat. I already talked about this at length, and I keep forgetting to mention it today. If I was to spend more time on this game, I would definitely redo all of the inventory item art. This was all placeholder art, but the placeholder art was too good to replace, so I didn't replace it. Lesson learned: only draw really crappy artwork, or just put the word of the thing. Like this should just be an image with the word catnip on it and sausage. You know. I should not have done any kind of art for them. It was a mistake to do that because it let me release the game with worse art than I wanted to have. House of Da Vinci 2. Oh, it's an escape roomish game. Oh, nice. Awesome. Babylon Zool is here. Welcome in. Thank you for joining the Pie Raid. Good to see you. It's on GOG, hey? House of Da Vinci. I'll click on that, but we'll take a look at it later on. Yeah, but yeah, a worker 89. Yeah, let me do a shout out for them. We should get a shout out for Babylon Zool as well in a second. They played through the whole game on their stream. It was fun to see. I had a great time watching them play through it. So yeah. Anyway, back to the final playthrough. So obviously we need to combine these two things. I changed it a little bit. So I can't remember what I did to change it. Oh, that's right. I changed the milk. That was another thing I changed on the milk. I don't want extra milky sausages. I don't need extra milky sausages. Because I had changed the code for the coffee cup. If you put the coffee cup on the milk, it would say like I need to steam it first. The alternate message is I don't need extra milky whatever the thing is, like bacon, or I don't need extra milky butter. Like, you know, I just did that. That was fun. That was a fun addition. So yeah, that's the, I mean, we're already done with that. So like in terms of review, like that's the stuff that I would change. So yeah, the major thing is the inventory artwork and the sound effects. Those two things, and obviously fixing that bug with the, it's technically not a bug, but the chicken coop being hard to find was not an intended problem, so I need to fix that. But that's probably all I would do if I was just like gonna try and finish up this game. That's probably all I'll do. Plus, obviously, the voice acting. If we get the voice acting recorded, that will probably give me the impetus to go in and do all those changes. Maybe not the art. I might do the art. We'll see. And then we'll like have like the director's cut with all that stuff added, and that would be it. That would be all I would change, I think. I don't think I would want to go through and do more. Right. So let's give the cat the sausages. Oh, another thing I did in the patch, I think, was changed it so that if you try and give the cat sausages without the catnip, it did the song. But with the catnip, it didn't. I fixed that. But I think I might fix that on stream, actually. So that might not be an issue. Now the cat's asleep, we can get the eggs. It was pretty cool to drug a cat. Good joke. Not a $100 USD DLC? No, Pi, no. Since you dropped by, I will flip back over to the statistics tab that we were looking at earlier, just so you can see it. But yeah, I'm going to finish the game now, so we can see the final bug fix that I had to do. And then that will be it. And I have had no other bug reports, so that's good. I did actually, part of the Refractions bug reports was like complaints about the way I'd chosen to do the game design that I felt were okay. But I think Refractions bug reports are really very, very helpful, especially the crashing bug was very helpful. But now I can eat the sandwich. Time to eat. And we get the outro song, which is a nice little outro song. Still like it. Still sounds good. The MT32 did a great job. Sandwich Armor DLC. What a great way to get ready for my invention. Now it's time to take on the world. Yeah. Try to be as constructive as possible, pointing out any bugs I found. Yeah, I really, really liked your feedback. It was great feedback. Should probably have brought a sandwich for this. So this background, I'm really happy with how this looks. It looks fine. Like, I could have done so much more with this background, but I think the simplicity of this background is really nice. Let me just turn this down. The game's so loud. And now we have UI, so we can just press escape to quit. So you no longer have to Alt F4 out of the game. I also changed the build settings so that it plays in a window by default now as well. So I figured that was fine. If people want to change it, they can change the settings. I did originally launch it with full screen by default. How do you prefer to get bug reports? I didn't see a Discord or anything, so I went Twitch DMs. Twitch DMs was fine. I probably would prefer the Discord in future, but if you're asking, but I really don't care. If you tweet me, or you DM me on Twitter, or if you DM me on Discord, you send me a message on the Discord channel, send me a DM on Twitch, or send me a message on itch.io. I don't mind, as long as I can see the message. Twitch DMs is probably one of the last things I'll see, because I'm not on Twitch very often. Like when I'm offline, I don't really see the messages unless I'm like actively watching a stream or whatever. Which I mean I do actively watch streams, but yeah, I don't know. Twitch DMs is fine. It works. I just saw it after I saw Refractions. Like the first thing in the morning, I got up, I saw Refractions bug reports. Actually, I saw Refractions bug reports when I was trying to go to sleep. I was like, damn it. And I almost got up and fixed it. I thought, no, I'll fix it in the morning when I wake up. And so I went in and fixed it in the morning. Then when I not long after I'd fixed it, I went on to Twitch to watch something. I was like, oh, there it is. There you go. Back from the errands there, Coburn. Welcome back. So that's the game. And now you can quit with the UI, so that's great. So for those of you who came in with Pi's Raid, I'll just quickly... I won't cover everything we covered, but I'll just bring you back over here just to show you how surprising the statistics actually were in the end. So we had a lot of views, a lot of downloads and browser plays. The browser plays and downloads combined is like nearly 1,500, which is a lot more than I anticipated. We've got 13 reviews, lots of impressions, and lots more purchases than I expected, actually. And the gross revenue as of when I looked at this last time was $112 US. an average of 6.22 USDs per sale. The highest sale figure was 20, and the lowest was 1. Here's the view statistics. I think this last day you kind of have to ignore because that's kind of like today, so the fall off probably not that sharp. It's just like where the stats are up to at the moment. But yeah, that's all of that stuff. Was there anything else that is interesting to talk about there? Not really. Okay, moving on. What would I do in the future? So like, what would I do in the future? Future plans for this. Actually, I suppose I should put in the subheading. What I'd still fix if I spent the time. That needs to be a subtitle. What I'd fix if I'd still spent the time. We just covered over all of that now, so it would be chicken coop, BG in backyard, plus make hotspot bigger. So there'd be some element in the background there. I would add SFX for everything. I can put the background music back on now. I can't hear it. There's somebody mowing nearby. Is it playing? Okay, there it is. What else did I say I would fix? Those are the two major ones. Oh, right. Voice acting. They're really amazing stats, Pi. Yeah, I'm super shocked. I'm proud. I'm happy. I'm grateful. All of those things. Yeah, it was really surprising, and I'm so pleased to see it. I genuinely thought like $0 to $20 was like roughly where it would land with this. I'm absolutely shocked that it went as well as it did. Did I say anything else that I would fix? Oh yeah, fix up catnip image. I think we already like went over all the bug fixes and stuff. So yeah, those 4 items there. That's what I would do next if I was going to spend some more time. Future plans for this. This is where things get a bit interesting, I think. For this project / world. This gets a bit interesting. House lines on the catnip room. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Future plans for this project / world. That's an interesting one, right? Because like, as I said, this was like way more successful than I anticipated. Secret ending, bacon and cat drug sandwich. Ooh. You share the bacon sandwich with the cat. Achievements is a great idea. I would probably do achievements. I don't know if itch supports achievements. It's definitely something I think they should add if they don't have support for it. And they should have also online leaderboards as well if they don't already have it. Those two things would be great to see. I could do achievements, yeah. I don't know what achievements would be. Maybe just a scoring system or something. You could do a scoring system. I wonder what would happen if you ate sausage that was laced with catnip. I literally don't know if humans can eat catnip. I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I should probably change the scene so you can see what I'm doing here. Have it as you pass out achievement. Yeah, maybe. Find all games in basement as an example. Yeah, like reading all the text could be one. Finding all the games in the basement. There's a few like that. Background music or ambient sounds in all rooms. I would say that's pretty important, but I don't know if I'd do it. If I was going to do another patch, I don't know if I'd bother with it. But yeah, that's definitely something I would do. But like, this is probably... Like, I guess I could put like an even more time. I could put that in there. I don't think I would do that. Like, if I was going to spend, like, if I was going to spend the next week just fixing up the game, I would do these things. I don't think I would do do music, ambient sounds and stuff. Something like that, maybe. There's probably a few other things I could put in there. Let's just make us dopey or something. It's common in some herbal tea. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know anything about eating catnip or consuming catnip for humans. These are ideas if you expand beyond the first game. Yeah, so this is the future plans for this project world. Like right now, no immediate plans. I'll just say that. No immediate plans to do anything. This is just, let's say, speculative. So like, I would, if I could definitely see this world being bigger, right? I could definitely see adding more characters and like having more adventures with this character, expanding the world some. This could definitely, like, this game could be integrated as a chapter 1 in a bigger game, with like a little bit in front of it, a little bit after it, and like, you know, just like have this is your introduction to like the main character, and then goes off on an adventure and joins a party of like 2 other adventurers or something like that along the way. Maybe you run into some people along the way. I could definitely see like just making this game bigger, and it would no longer be called Day of the Sandwich. Day of the Sandwich is like the demo, and then the full game is some other adventure game. You know, maybe like, I don't know, Day of the something else, right? Just stick with the Day of the, and put something else in at the end. I don't know what it would be. You know, Day of the Living Statue, or something like that, right? Like, you just come up with some name, and then you just build a story out of it, I guess. So I could definitely, I definitely want to see Delphine again. This is really not a checklist. I don't know. I should actually be one of these. I definitely want to see Delphine again. So I probably will be doing another adventure game with Delphine. I put all this work into creating the character and doing all those animations. I can see myself going back, cleaning them up a bit more, really polishing the character, and then using it in another game. Absolutely could see that happening. And who knows, might be the next game. Maybe we'll do the next game. Night of the Pizza is another. Like, that's a great idea. I don't think I'll do Night of the Pizza, but maybe I will. You never know, right? Solid base, something bigger if you ever want that. Yeah, exactly. Like, I have all the backgrounds I created. I have all of the character art I created. I could easily expand upon this, make more content, right? I could easily use this as a base for more content. If I wanted to go to a Kickstarter, like Kickstarter for a bigger project in this world, I already have the demo, right? All right, I'll do correct English. I'll put an A in there. Will I do this? I don't know. But that has been raised a couple of times. A couple of people have mentioned that, like, oh, maybe you could do a Kickstarter. I'm like, I don't really want to focus on this content right now. I want to move on to something else, try something else. Like, it's the first game I made in 2024. So maybe we'll make something else and that will be even bigger, more exciting. I don't know. Maybe it'll be worse. Maybe after we do the next project, I'll come back to this and we'll talk about expanding it some more. I don't know. But this is definitely a possibility. It's just not something I'm interested in doing at the moment, at least. Not to mention your world design and other more ethereal things. Yeah, there's so much we could do. Like, we've got a lot of ideas already in this world. Yeah, I don't know what else to say here, actually, because like this feels like a bigger possibility space than what I've written down in the checklist here. It's like, this could be part chapter 1 of a bigger game. Definitely want to use this character again. Night of the Pizza, like, yeah, sure, why not? Kickstarter for a bigger project, maybe. Not anytime soon. It's not where I'm at right now. I don't know. Yeah, future plans for this project / world. I could see myself coming back to it. I definitely want to fully voice and SFX, etc. this project. So that's definitely something I want to do, 100%. Maybe slight possibility. Maybe a slight possibility. Oops. Maybe a slight possibility for a Kickstarter for a bigger project. That's what I don't know. Yeah. I can't overstate that this is not something that's on the cards immediately right now. I'll put it like this. There you go. It's just definitely not a solid there's no solid approach to this. I don't know, maybe that'll happen. It's possible. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but I'm not going to say it is happening. Now make the font super small. Yeah, probably. Good idea. There you go. Yeah, just I don't want anybody getting any ideas like, oh, he's gonna go do this like next week or something. I'm not, okay? I just don't want you to get like your hopes up. I do want, like, I started this year saying I want to do more games, and if I just spend the next 2 years working on a Day of the Sandwich project, it's not gonna be, it might not happen, right? Like I might get to a point where I'm like, this isn't working, and then I have to quit it, and I've done it to myself again. So I want to do another small project next. That's what I want to do. I just want to keep doing tiny projects for a little while. Allow myself to get some stuff that's actually done, rather than like if I spent another 9 months on this and then go, oh, actually it's not going to work out, like for whatever reason, like, oh, it turns out I can't actually make a decent large adventure game, then I don't want to be in that position again right now. So little games. I definitely do want to fully voice this project though. That's definitely something I want to do. Like, if I was going to, like, put a gold star next to any one of these items, it's this one. You know. That's definitely one that I want to do. All of this really is just one thing, really. I mean, apart from this, which is just a fun joke from Triboy J. If I ever do a Night of the Pizza, though, I'll have to credit Triboy J. But yeah, I definitely want to see Delphine again. That doesn't mean it has to be in an adventure game, necessarily. Or at least this adventure game. It could be something else, some other project. We could bring Delphine into it. We've got the artwork for it. So, healthy idea to make small pockets of adventure games like this to feel it out. Yeah. So the next game, I guess we've talked about it. We've mentioned the next game a couple times. It's time to start day 0 of the next game, I think. Unless anybody has any questions, comments, or anything like that, this is open floor. Please do submit any questions or whatever you want. I want to hear from you. Thoughts, questions, comments, anything before we move on. Actually, super interested in what's next. Me too. I have no idea what's next. We're starting out the same way. Last time, actually, I had an idea. I wanted to do an adventure game. I wanted to start with an adventure game. This time, I don't even have that in mind. So we'll see what happens. We've got a little list that we can go back and refer to, but we're going to start day 0 for the next game next. If there's no more questions, that's fine. But I do want to allow a minute. So I might go use the bathroom, get some, freshen up my, like, hot drink. Maybe I'll eat an afternoon snack. And then we'll come back and we'll kick off day 0. We've got about 4 hours, I think. Yeah, we got about 4 hours before the mainstream needs to start, so I'll have to eat dinner at some point. So we've probably got about 3 hours of time we can put into day 0 of the next project. So I'm gonna just put a little I'm gonna press Control Enter, and I'm gonna say Game 2 Day 0. I guess it's day 1. It's not day 0. I mean, it's kind of day 0. We'll call it day 1.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. Exactly. We'll do this. We'll do game 2 in a big heading. I never really did game 1 title, did I? It just sort of happened. I'm just gonna put this is game 1, and then can I put a subtitle like a heading here? Day of the Sandwich. That's what we ended up calling it. So game 2 day 1, we don't know what it's going to be yet. But what I would like to do is just put this on the screen. Please submit any comments or questions about day of the sandwich before we move on to game 2. All right. Idea, start an entire new document so the unchecked marks doesn't overwhelm you to the old project. What? I'm not overwhelmed by the unchecked marks. We're just going to move on. I'm okay with seeing a check mark that's not checked. That doesn't bother me. I will go get an afternoon snack and a hot drink. Use the bathroom. You got a few minutes. If you've got any thoughts that occur to you while I'm gone, feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll address them when I come back, and then we'll move on to game 2. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe I'll start a new document. I don't know. I don't mind. This is kind of like my journal. This is the whole document's just kind of like a big journal of like working on the project. And the videos obviously help with like if I ever want to go back for historical content, I can go back and get it. It's not a bad idea. Your idea is not a bad idea. I could do that. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I don't want to take too long doing this because I will have to take a break for dinner at some point as well before I start the next stream. Tonight is we're going back to XCOM Terror from the Deep. We're going to be resuming that, which is going to be a lot of fun. Or was there any questions left? Or comments, or anything? Let's find out. Just a lot scrolling down your new section. All the text doesn't scream at you. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Terror from the Deep resumes. Yeah, we're doing Terror from the Deep again tonight on the main channel, which is exciting. I'm looking forward to it. If this channel grows bigger than the main channel, I guess I have to call this the main channel in and then start calling that like the gaming channel. But for now, that one's the main channel. And I believe it will stay that way, but you never know. Okay, so no questions, no comments. Everybody was happy with everything that I talked about. I must have done a really good job reviewing everything. Excellent. I'll just undo all this junk. The side loading channel, yeah. Alright. I guess I just keep pressing Control Z until we get back up here. Day one. We don't even know what the game is, right? What game? I have a serious question. When will Day of the Sandwich get crafting and open world exploration so I can make a chainsaw out of scraps to solve the door handle puzzle? It's a very good question. I could see that happening never. I don't think that's never gonna happen. All right. Well, I still have the. See, somebody cheekily went and purchased a copy of the game while I'm live here, so my stats are out of date. We have another cheeky purchase, so thank you whoever did that. I don't know if they're watching the stream or not. But I just refreshed the stats window, and now the gross revenue has gone up. This is now 19. And this is now... Oh, you'll know exactly how much they put in too, I guess. Whoops. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back here. What kind of game we're gonna make? Well, I suppose the first thing we should do is roll all the way back over here and have a look what's up. First on the list, Scorched Earth clone. That's still appealing to me. That's still appealing to me. Flappy Bird clone, less appealing. Tetris clone, not appealing that much. Shmup. The problem is I've made a lot of shmups over the years, and I know they're simple to start and hard to finish because you end up like everything in a shmup is an opportunity to expand and do something bigger, and I don't know if I can do that. Like, I don't know if I can. I think that will become a 4-month commitment at least, right? Because I'll be like, oh, I just have to do like, if I just add one more enemy type, it'll be great. And then I'll add like, and then I'm like, well, really it needs like 3 different types. Gotta have the light version, the medium version, and the heavy version. And then there's probably like, maybe they'll do a boss of like that kind of enemy. So like throw in that, and then like, oh, we need a new weapon type because like it's not feeling very balanced right now. It's like, oh, that one has to have all these different branches of the tech tree, like persistent weapon upgrades, and like end up going all over the place. It gets crazy. Duke Nukem style platformer could be fun. A platforming game could be fun. The thing is, there are so many platforming games now. It's just like, what do you even do with a platforming game these days? I don't know. Yeah, a side scroller could be fun. I'll put it in here. I don't know. Like, what's something interesting to do with a side scroll? Again, we don't want a huge game. It just needs to be interesting and different. Like, it needs to be interesting enough. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, making a sandwich isn't that exciting of an idea, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, side-scrolling platformer. Or single screen. Like there's a lot of options there. We could do a dungeon crawler. We could do a like a RPG of some kind. Super Her 2. I think there's one person out there who might get that reference. Super Her 2. Adventures of Fracking Man. That sounds like a point and click adventure. We can't do another point and click right now. Chicken is nice if you slap enough herbs and spices and sauces on it. Oh, anything is an exciting idea if you embellish enough. That's true. Yeah. You don't have to reinvent whatever you choose. Just making it will be the difference. Yeah. That's true. I got a rough design of some of my favorite ideas rolled into one. Elevator action, Carmen Sandiego, covert action. Oh, cool. It's interesting to put down some favorite ideas from favorite games. See if you can stitch them together. Yeah, it is fun to do that. Automation type game. Okay, are we talking Zack-like or are we talking Factorio? So like Factorio more than Zack-like. Okay. Yeah. Automa Chef, Big Farmer. Yeah, okay, yeah, Big Farmer. Yeah, I get you. I've only played Big Farmer out of those two. The problem with Raycast Engine is it's engine versus game engine. That's okay. Like, sometimes I just want to have fun programming something. We don't always have to make a game, right? This channel isn't release a game a month channel. This is have fun programming something, building something, being creative, getting the game dev engines juices flowing. Getting the game dev juices flowing is like what this is about. Like if I made a match 3 clone, like I could do that in my sleep almost. It's like pretty straightforward stuff. Yeah. I wonder if I still got one here. I think I might still have one here somewhere. I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Give me a second while I look. You keep dropping ideas in the chat though. These are good ideas. I really enjoy seeing the ideas. Hey mate, stop. I'm streaming. What do you want? No, I haven't tried that. I have to wait until Monday so I can talk to someone about it. Okay? No, day after tomorrow. Okay. I'm looking for some old projects here and I can't find them. It's annoying. Does this even work? I don't even know what... Okay. Oh, look, a spider. Can we run into the spider? Oh, sweet. We've got a match 3 game. We have to play match 3 against the spider. Oh, that's pretty good. We got a match 3, baby. Oh yeah. Is the spider winning? Oh no. The spider's winning. What? Anyway. I found it. Oh, we didn't pick anything. We didn't pick anything yet. I'm still looking. I'm still looking. I just got distracted looking at old code. Sorry. RPG game with a bunch of fake unused stats. That sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a great idea. Somebody might have already done that though. Single screen stuff takes me back to arcades. Some of my favorite type games. Yeah, single screen stuff can be really fun. Welcome back, Naru, by the way. Hello, hello. There's another interesting type programming game from ye old days, Core Wars, if you have never seen it. I'm not familiar with Core Wars, but I've seen a lot of programming games. Where is it? Can't see it. There's like an Origin game where you're like virtual tanks you got to program. I forget what it's called right now. It's on my shelf somewhere, but I couldn't see it. Did you see my suggestion? Not sure if you missed it. Non-Euclidean 3D platforming. Oh, right. Non-Euclidean 3D platforming sounds like a time sink, but yes. Okay. Non-Euclidean 3D platforming. Have I spelled non-Euclidean? Yeah, okay, I did. Put an I in it. Arena shooter? That's a cool idea. Auto shooter like Vampire Survivor or whatever? Yeah. That's an interesting one. What would I like to learn? I don't know. I'm sure I'll learn something no matter what I work on. Even if it's something I've worked on a billion times before, I'll still learn something. What are the outcomes? Again, like, the next project doesn't have to be a full game. It could just be, like, I make an engine. Right? I could, like, just make a raycast engine and just be like, okay, that's all I wanted to do with that. And then just move on. I'm allowed to do that. I kind of would like to do something that I can release, though. Like, again, going back to, like, number 1, make games, number 2, release. So, if again, like, I guess, like, I'm allowing myself to, like, just build a raycast engine. But, ideally, I'll be making a game. Yeah. So, I guess that's the ideal outcome is a game that gets published. I guess. I'm allowing myself to just say, hey, I just want to mess around, though. Some kind of networked thing. Like, I like the idea of Scorch being style thing. Scorch style thing. Yeah. I did talk about that. I did sort of jokingly talk about a Battle Royale Scorched Earth. And this idea is actually appealing to me. Like, it's genuinely appealing to me. Like, I don't know why it's genuinely appealing to me, but it is a cool idea. Like, I could see that being a hell of a lot of fun, right? The problem is, like, the tech stack is pretty large because you can't. It's not just a local game, right? You end up like with a lot of considerations to be made here. Like, where do I host the server? The problem is, like, now that I'm thinking about Battle Royale Scorched Earth again, which I talked about that, like, a couple of days ago, or something, maybe a week ago, or something like that. It really gives me... It really gives me a lot of thoughts. Like, I immediately start thinking about, like, problems and solutions, and, like, what the gameplay could look like, and how fun it could be. And it just seems like a fun time. It really seems like a fun time. And again, one of the huge lessons that we learned from this release that we just did is this number is almost as big as this number, right? It's more than half. So if I could make it work in the browser and have a server and network play with like just drop in anybody like all the time, persistent world. I mean, there's a lot of appeal here. I would have to have a server and I would have to have netcode that's reliable enough to just continuously run. And without having to like, it'd have to be fairly reliable, right? Server hosting is still turn-based, so latency isn't that important. No, I think we could do it real time. I think real time would be even cooler. If the server is doing handshakes for P2P or for turn-based, maybe not so bad. Yeah, I think it has to be real time to be actually fun in today's day and age. People aren't patient enough for a turn-based battle royale. Can you imagine waiting like for 100 other people to take their turn? It'd have to be real time. Yeah. So you'd have real time, but it'd be like, you know, you have a little turn meter that like ticks around, and when you take your turn, like you can prep your shot and stuff like that, and you can like, you know, up until it's your turn, like it starts blinking or something, then you can take a shot, you can commit to a shot. Like you do that, and then you can have like upgrades for like, oh, now you're faster, right? Or you got a different weapon that loads faster, so now you got your turns can be done faster. Movement, you got to think about how movement might work, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's a pretty cool idea though. It's a pretty cool idea. It's super appealing to me. Super appealing to me. Just make all the turns happen at once, and time out for slow players. That's another cool way of doing it. That's an option. That is a very good option. That's a very good option. I hate the idea of me making a server and all that stuff though. All right, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it down here. Tentatively. I don't know how to spell tentatively, I just realized. Tentatively. Considering real-time Scorched Earth. With server 100 player. Maybe it doesn't have to be 100. Maybe like, because like seriously, how are we going to have 100 people on there at once? Probably not. Maybe we make it like 50 player or 20 player. Make it 50. Make it upper limit 50 for now. We can always like tweak that if we want to. So with server 50 player max, real time options. Okay, so let's not I guess this might be day one, but we're not sure yet. We're not sure if this is day one. We're just thinking about we're thinking about game 2. Maybe it's going to be a Scorched Earth type game. Real time scenario options. Timer like 20 seconds, then all turns trigger. If all submit, then trigger early. That's one option. Timer based on player character stats. Basically like a cooldown. Turn options would be shoot, aim and shoot, move. Stuff. All tanks in cargo jet flies over level. Players choose when to drop. Just typical battle royale crap. And then occasional power up or fuel dumps, etc. Maybe stuff in terrain that's just there to collect, like armor, fuel, ammo, weapon, etc. Maybe buildings. I know Scorched Earth doesn't have buildings, but buildings. Dynamic, yeah, definitely dynamic landscape, fully dynamic. Bedtime, Adrian. Have a good sleep. Thank you. I like the idea of everyone getting their shots lined up and in a countdown and then unleashes them all at a buzzer. It does sound cool. It sounds cool. Like it would be a spectacle if that happened. I think the timer per player or the timer per everyone is basically the option though, because it will never be actually turn-based. But timer per player means that you could get, like, people will be starting to get a little bit out of sync and like, it gets a little bit more chaotic. There's like constantly something happening, whereas if you do the timer, everybody's timer ticks down and then it takes action. It does all kinds of things. Yeah, gorillas.bas had buildings. Yeah, environmental effects, that could be another thing. Yeah, like lava, water, stone, caves, mist, maybe. So like there's some kind of like cover, like you can only see so far, like each player can only see so far into mist, would be an interesting one. What about trees? Things like that. There could be some interesting stuff here. This could be fun. Yeah, it's like a fog of war type thing, a positional fog of war type thing. The crux problem is the only thing on this that I see as a crux problem. It's not really like most. I'm sure we can do most of this. The problem is going to be the server. Like how to set up. What about regions? Like, there's just like the base consideration of just creating a server. Just creating the server. Where to host. How to set up regions. What other considerations are there with the server? There's probably more that I'm not thinking of. Like netcode issues, potential. Does Game Maker Studio support UDP, etc.? Like, I mean, like, just like insert engine name here. Tech choices. Let's just go with GMS, Unity. I'm not gonna consider Unity. Godot, HTML5, custom engine, AGS. I don't know what else we got on here. Easy multiplayer tutorial with GameMaker.io. I haven't actually used it. Can't vouch for it. Thank you, Nori, though. That's great. It looks like... Is that an official tutorial from them? Okay, make your first multiplayer game. Beginner tutorial. Create your next big game. With GameMaker's built-in multiplayer. In this tutorial, create a quick online action game and play it with your friends. How many friends? 100? Where's the server? Server. I'm looking for the word server here. This looks like P2P. Even though you're testing locally, both games are connected through GX Games servers, so they're actually communicating through the internet. So wait, GX Games has servers? How much do they cost? How does that work? Bloody Cactus, have a great sleep. Thank you very much for being here. Oh, this looks cool, Pi. This looks awesome, Pi. How fun was this game? This looks like a good time. I will have to pay US $100 though if I make this game on Game Maker. Hmm. Interesting. Barely touched it though. Love the first one. Oh, cool, cool. Hey, Guts of Plenty. Good to see you. Welcome in. I'm trying to determine if this game is viable. Hmm. Hmm. I'm worried. Okay, so just to put into words what I'm thinking and trying to understand. And this article's from 2018, so it's like very out of date. Can I on itch.io have a page that hosts my game, and then my game can still communicate to my server, which might be somewhere else, like some other IP address, some other domain name? Can I use sockets connections to play the game in real time without cross-origin resource sharing having a hissy fit? Which is usually the problem that you run into with like connecting to other servers, right? And is there any configuration required on itch.io's part to support that or not? So this from 2018 seems to claim that you can connect to a different server. But itch probably doesn't want me doing that. To be fair, they probably would not want me having access to, like, you know, session data and stuff like that, and then being able to send it off to some other server, right? So I would imagine this has been patched. This is a 2018 article about the problems with cores not working on sockets. What I actually wanted to see was like a freaking flowchart of like how cores rules work for WebSockets, so I could like understand by looking at a chart. Authoritative guide to cores from 2022. Well, this isn't about sockets though, so I mean, it should follow the same rules roughly, but posting multiplayer game on itch. I made a multiplayer FPS game. I'm planning to publishing on itch. The multiplayer client uses... Get out of here. The multiplayer uses client host, where one of the players serves as the host. Yeah, okay. The problem here is that you need a service like Himachi for players to connect over different networks. How do other multiplayer games on itch tackle this issue? Is it expected, or do people actually run a dedicated server? Reason that happens is because of NAT. Yeah, okay, I don't care. Solve it by using relay servers. Yeah. I would recommend looking into Epic Online Services, which offers P2P. Okay. I mean, I don't want P2P style connections anyway. Hosting online games on itch, questions and support. I know that itch cannot itself host online server for an online multiplayer game, but if you made an online game with Unity using multiplayer, one of the other options, could you still put it on itch page and have it run in the browser? That's the question. That's really the question I'm looking at. Guess what? Nobody answered it. How old is this? 2023. I want players to be able to play it on itch without having to connect to... I want people to be able to play it in the browser on itch.io. Because you look at the stats of like this game that I just released. It's got nearly as many... Like, it's got over half as many plays as it does views, which is really, really solid numbers. I'd like to be able to replicate that on itch. So being able to play it in the browser is kind of important. Not very helpful information. Multiplayer API for itch.io. This is just a request from 2016. Why is this still open? It should be closed. What the hell is this? Is this even asking what I think? Multiplayer API for itch. Furthermore, are there any plans for a form of official plugins for Unity Unreal Engine so we can easily integrate the API into our engine of choice? We discussed various APIs. For now, games that enable multiplayer on itch just use the itch.io API for authentication proof of purchase, sometimes with a manifest to enable seamless login from the app. Additional APIs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, chime in. Yeah, so that's only if it's downloadable. as much as I would like it to be authentically multiplayer, what if I just did a single player variant of this with bots just to make the game, and then we can decide how we handle the server after we've done that. Bots or local multiplayer, yeah, we could do something like that to start with, and then I can add after we've done this implementation. I'm trying to think. I'm still trying to think here. If we do a bot implementation, it means that you never have like a silent server as well. There'd always be somebody to fight against, even if you're only fighting against bots sometimes, which is probably good for a very small game that's probably not going to get that much play. And then, yeah, I don't know. I could see that happening. I suppose you could have a spectate mode, CPU versus CPU. Yeah, if we're going to have like 50 fake players. What do you think, everybody? Any thoughts? I want some thoughts in the chat. If you're still here and you still like can hear my voice, just post in the chat what you think of a real-time battle royale, scorched earth with fake multiplayer or local multiplayer, and possibility of adding proper like server-based multiplayer if the game like seems fun. What do you think? Bet real cash on which CPU will win. That's a good one. So I'm seeing a yes from Yeah. Anybody else? Coburn, you think you're into this idea from the sound of it? You look like you're into the idea. Has everybody left? I wouldn't be surprised. We've been looking at reading documents and stuff for a while. Hey, this Machine Hugs. Great to see you. Welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Like the local idea? Yeah. Local multiplayer? Yeah, yeah. I'm not the person to give an opinion on this. Why is that, Refraction? I want to hear your opinion. Tell me why you do or don't like the idea. Bring on the chaos. I think the chaotic side of this could be really fun to see play out. Even if the game's terrible, I think this could be really fun to see. Zarget, I think it's a good dev goal. I just wonder how hard it would be to add in full multiplayer later on. Yeah. I just like both multiplayer games, and I'm sick of hearing about the battle royales. So this is like, okay, yeah, that's a great opinion. Thank you for sharing it. I like it. I thought the meme was dead. I thought the battle royale meme was dead. I just can submit an AI bot and the best AI win. That's a great idea, Bezo. I like the idea of that. The only problem is that still requires a server. And we'd need to provide a scripting interface of some kind. And then we need to make sure that people aren't being malicious with a scripting interface. So there's a lot of layers to that one. But it's a good idea. Yeah, I like that idea. It's great. Yeah, and there's other stuff like the power-ups, like, you know, There's like there's all kinds of things you can do. Came in a bit late. Which engine were you thinking of? No engine at the moment. I haven't chosen anything. I mean, I could there's nothing in here that says like I couldn't just program this in like HTML5 and JavaScript if I wanted to. But I could do a custom engine, or I could use Game Maker Studio. I could use Godot, Unity. There's a lot of options for this. Like, there's nothing in here that's like precludes like basically any engine at the moment. Check DotS stats again? Oh wow, it's gone up to 20 sales. Thank you, who is responsible for that. Oh my gosh. And the revenue's gone up a lot too. I'll update the stats. I'll update the stats live here. Can I just paste values only? There we go. Bam. Thank you, whoever was responsible for that payment. It's very kind of you to purchase a copy of the game. I presume it was you, Coburn, but I'm not gonna call you out directly. Have an AI occasionally help the enemy team by friendly firing and then saying oopsie. That would be funny. That would be pretty funny if we did some stuff like that. If you dislike Battle Royale, what are you thinking of? I suggest a non-Euclidean 3D platformer shooter, but Mike doesn't want to take up the challenge. It's a big challenge. Non-Euclidean 3D platformer, like... I mean, I guess if it's just like, I don't know, it's not a bad idea. Maybe we could work on that. I would hate to try and implement that in Godot or Unity because I don't know how they handle portals. And so I just automatically probably want to write my own engine, which just means a big job. It's fine if he likes this idea more. He can roll with it. I'll still offer support. Thank you, Refraction. Alrighty, just know like certain engines have multiplayer services built in and such based on which one you go with is all. Yeah, I'm aware of that. We've just been kind of doing a little bit of clicking through some of the stuff. So this is like Game Maker has like a engine built in. What I want to know, what I would really like to know, which I can't quickly research and get the answer to, is can I host a game on itch with multiplayer? Engines database, eh? I like programming a lot, so I would just program my own engine potentially. What games would that be? I never heard of that type. Non-Euclidean is like basically, well, non-Euclidean is kind of a term that gets thrown around a lot, but most people refer, when they're talking about it, they mean like portals that go into another room. So like if you walk around the corner of like a wall, if you walk, it's a bit hard to describe with just plain words. I could draw it, or I could, maybe I could describe it. Say that, imagine there's a brick wall in front of you. It's just like a brick wall, like right in front of you. And you're looking at it, it's just a brick wall. If you walk around the other side and look back, you expect to see a brick wall in front of you, but actually you see like a garden. So you can walk outside of the hidden room you're in, and now you're in a garden, and when you turn around, you can see back into that room that you were in. But if you walk around that portal, now it's like a garden hedge instead of a brick wall. So like continuous movement into like a space that can't physically exist on top of each other, but yeah, maybe that's a bad description, but I tried. So yeah, Godot, I have never heard of Phaser, never heard of Bevy, RPG Backend I've never heard of, never. I've used this before, never heard of it, never heard of it. Don't know it. No. Yes, I've used that. I've heard of it, never heard of it, don't know what that is, all that. Just used it, made a game with it. I've used that before. Don't know what that is. I've tinkered with Game Maker versions over the years, but I haven't used one recently. Unreal Engine I played with. Wicked Engine, don't know what. G Develop sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Solar 2D, no idea. So yeah, there you go. Genre tags? Is there like multiplayer is a genre tag? No. Feature tags? Publishing platforms? Development platforms? Size? Price model? License? Name? Order by? I can't see multiplayer option. .2D action, there's only 2 engines? That doesn't make sense, because like Godot, for example, can do a 2D action game. So can Unity. So can Unreal. So can Gyros. Like, many of those engines can. Hello there, Soul and Sword. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, this is not going to help me right now. My main sticking point is still the multiplayer API. If I just ignore multiplayer and I just make it bots, make it just you're playing against bots, like it's a solo experience of Battle Royale, and you fight against bots, we could maybe make this game. I think we spent too much time thinking about it, not to at least prototype it. So I guess day one. What's the time? It's 4:30. Yeah, Unity provides, many engines provide. We were just looking at that Game Maker Studio provides it as well. I'm probably adverse to using Game Maker Studio because it's got a one-time price of $99.99 USD, and that would eat up literally every single cent that I made on this. Because like after taxes and payment fees and stuff like that, I don't know how much it'll be, but there won't be much left. I mean, there won't be 100. Oh, okay. Okay. According to this, actually, it'll be $104.85. $104.85 payout, based on what's currently pending. That's after they take fees and taxes and stuff like that out of it. After Itch takes that stuff out. So, you know, I would also then need to pay, technically I would need to pay taxes on the income as well. So it would not leave enough to pay Game Maker Studio for the license. So if we use Godot, I don't like the idea of using Godot because I don't know how to make a 2D game in Godot, and it's like a very big and clunky engine for something so simple. I don't really know what to do about this. This is a hard decision to make. I don't know if this is the game we should be going with or not. Is game 2 going to be this game? I don't know. Seems like the feedback in chat is generally yes, I want this, except for Refraction saying I don't like multiplayer or battle royale, which is fine. I definitely can't do I can't do the platforming non-Euclidean thing. That's not going to happen at this point. I need to gain a little experience with one of those engines and see if it's easy to do or not. Space sim with realistic physics, side-scrolling platformer, single-screen platformer, dungeon crawler, RPG, Super Her 2 could be fun to make. Adventures of Frackerman, I don't know, that's probably a graphic adventure. I probably can't do that right now. Automation type game could be fun. It could be fun to do something like this. I think the big thing about that is that you really need to plan out like pretty far ahead. Like I could make a fairly small one again, We could make a mini automation game, programming game, or like some kind of like optimization challenge, like a Zack-like or something. Non-Euclidean 3D platforming, arena shooter, battle royale, real-time royal battle royale, scorched earth. I don't know. Vampire Survivor style game with unique elements based on battle royale stuff, like you mentioned. That would be interesting too. Did I put that in here? I know I intended to write that down, but I don't know if I did write that down. Somebody suggested it. Vampire Survivors like game. And then I don't know if I'd do a multiplayer version of that, because I feel like those are fun just to like idle with. But yeah. Competing with bots in Battle Royale, yeah. I'm not convinced on this choice, but I do want to do something different. So I feel like we'll just stick with it for now. I can change my mind. We can always just fiddle with this idea and say it's not going to work out and move on. Hopefully we don't burn too many hours on it if we go that direction, but I think maybe I'll just try and prototype up something for a Scorched Earth like. I don't know what we're going to do day one. I don't really have a solid plan just yet. We haven't picked an engine. We haven't tried... I don't know where to start with the prototyping of it. Yeah, I'm not sure where to go with this right now. Let's see. I have Godot here somewhere. Whoops, I accidentally opened Visual Studio. And it opened in another screen, which is fine. What is that? Yeah, there won't be that. The assets in this won't be super exciting because they're just going to be like basically Scorched Earth looking content, basically. So it should be pretty straightforward. I basically will be all programmed assets, I think, actually. Like there might be some pixel art here and there, but it's mostly going to be programmed things. I think, maybe not. We'll see. Where the heck is my I installed Godot somewhere. Did I put it here? I forget where I installed Godot to. Give me a minute while I find Godot. Let's see which drive I have the most space on at the moment. E drive, it looks like. Then create the goddamn folder. Oh, okay. My fault. Download the latest version. You're up to 4.21. Is that latest stable? I only want stable. I don't want it. I'm not going to mess around with stuff that's not stable. I downloaded this not long ago, so I doubt that it's that out of date. Long-term supported version. I'm on long-term supported version, I think. Yeah, long-term support. I'm not interested in anything that's going to be not stable. I know it's not what you want, but why not a Twitch bot Scorched Earth turn-based game so people could enter coordinates and power and does the move for you? That's not what I want. It's an interesting idea. We could add support to this so that players can use channel points to do attacks. Yes. Very, very, very possible. We could make this a Twitch integrated game. I don't hate the idea of that. That's kind of a cool idea. Maybe we could do that. We'll see. I'm not gonna touch multiplayer until we've done single player stuff. Hey, it's Osric the Dwarf. Good to see you. You've stumbled into the secret stream. Welcome. So you host the game and then the bot takes the coordinates and shows online. I don't know how it would work. I'm not going to think about it too hard. It's a great idea. I'm going to put it in the notes. Did I get to say that this was a 2D project? I don't even know if I got to say that. It looks like it's a 3D project. Anyway. So I did make a small jumping to the top game in Godot using Twitch commands. That's pretty fun. Alright, let's just explore Godot for a second. 2D scene. I've never used Godot properly before. I've only ever tinkered with it. I don't really remember what I did with it. I mainly just looked at existing projects to like sort of get an idea of what they kind of look like and stuff. My first and biggest concern is, like, is there a canvas with pixels in it? Do I have access to pixels? Okay, gotta do some learning real quick here. Whoa, hello. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows here too. So if you're following, you want to join the chat, you're welcome to. Didn't mean to backseat or anything. I just wanted to trying to help with it. I know 4.0 changed and added a lot compared to 3.8 and such. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. Thank you, Osric, for the follow. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, the reason I want to stick with long-term supported is just because I just want it to be stable. I don't want to deal with, like, oh, that's because the editor is buggy in this version or something like that, you know. I don't like the look of this programming language, by the way. I kind of hate it. But that's fine. Okay, do they only have Draw line. The only option we have. Do we have fill pixel? Do we have pixel filling? I guess I'm just dealing with polygons here, am I? You use C# and some others? Oh, okay, cool. Have at the top of each code thing. Oh, okay. So this is like GD script and this is C#. Okay. Cool. I mean, I'd rather just use C#. It's just going to be less of a headache for me to use it, and also it looks nicer. Introduction. Godot has nodes to draw sprites, polygons, particles, and all sorts of stuff. For most cases, this is enough. If there's no node to draw something specific you need, you can make any 2D node, for example, control or node 2D, based... Okay, I have a node 2D in my project. There's node 2D back here, you can see it. Node 2D, draw custom commands. You make any 2D node draw custom commands. Custom drawing in a 2D node is really useful. Here are some use cases. Drawing shapes or logic that existing nodes can't do, such as an image with trails or a special animated polygon. Visualizations that are not that compatible with nodes, such as a Tetris board. The Tetris example uses a custom draw function that draws the blocks. To draw the blocks. What Tetris example? Drawing a large number of simple objects. Custom drawing avoids the overhead of using a large number of nodes, possibly lowering memory usage and improving performance. Okay, so nodes eat memory and impact performance. So if I have one node and just do everything myself, might be faster. Maybe making a custom UI control. Yeah, okay, whatever, I'm not doing that. Okay, drawing. Adding a script to any canvas item derived node, like control or node 2D, then override draw function. I can't give it a class name? Wow, that took a long time to add a freaking script, but okay, good. Is it void? Do I not have a scene? How big is this thing? No main scene has ever been defined. Select one. You can change it later in the project settings under the application category. Select the current one. Do I not have a scene? Create new node. No. Scene. Scene. Save scene. Game render. Sure. Save. No suitable method found to override. Okay, I obviously overrode the wrong method name. I just did that without going back to the tab. It's capital D for draw. Also, full screen mode. Sorry about that. Do you prefer this full screen mode or do you prefer this full screen mode? Also, I can make the text larger. Which full screen mode do you prefer? It's only called once, and then the draw command is cached and remembered, so further calls are unnecessary. If redrawing is required because a state or something else changed, call canvas queue item redraw in that same node, and new draw call will happen. Here's a little more complex example. Okay. How do we draw a line here? Okay, I just totally made up my draw line function and it was terrible. Let's just go ahead and do that. Try that. First scene in my opinion? Okay, yeah. There you go. Failed to build. Why? Kira draw does not exist in the current context. Okay, that's fine. Without this one. Okay, but I did what I was told to do. I did what I was told to do. Why can't I Kira redraw from here? In some cases, maybe decide to draw every frame. For this, call Q redraw from... Hang on, Q redraw is like this here, but this here. Maybe it's supposed to look like this? Not like that? Maybe that's GD... No, that's GD script. I did exactly this. I think I did anyway. Doesn't exist. Okay, the indentation's different in here. Okay. Still failing. No suitable... Okay, so process is even incorrect. This shouldn't be a double? Should be a float? Yeah, okay, that should be a float. This Q redraw is incorrect. Maybe Q redraw is not available in this version of... What version are we looking at here? What version is for? 4.2. I need earlier documentation. Maybe I need to update. Maybe I'll be forced to update to the latest. How do I go back to an older version of the documentation? Where's my green line? Do I need to have a viewport? I don't even know. Node 2D seems like the thing that makes the most sense, right? Bottom left, there's a drop down. Sorry, refraction. What is that referring to? Sorry, I was not paying attention to the chat. I was just trying to figure out what the heck. Bottom left, there's a drop down. On the documentation page here. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful. Canvas item inherited by Node 2D. Node 2D. Properties, methods. Canvas item. How do I get a canvas item? This update is called by the engine, and their raw notification will be received. Wait. If I wanted this to, like, redraw itself, I still don't know how to do that. Maybe I should update to 4. Just, like, maybe 4 is better. Maybe I should update my Godot to 4 point whatever. 4.2 plus, or whatever it was. Because this does nothing. I don't see a line anywhere. Also, like, what's the target resolution? That must be a project setting. Display window, width and height. I mean, that's the actual width and height. I guess I want 1280 by 960 then. Resizable, whatever. Um, 2D. I don't need it's rendering 2D. Use scaling 9 patch mode. I don't know what that means. At the moment. What that refers to. Had problems with Godot 4 because of missing documentation. Googled a lot. Right. This is my first time trying to, like, just draw a line. And I can't do that. So, you know. Goes to show. This is why I don't like these bigger engines. Because they're, like, too complicated. And I just want to draw a line. Which means, like, Game Maker's probably actually a much better suited tool for this job. At least right now. But I want to give Godot a shot. Because it's, you know, free open source software. I built almost the entire... the last game I built entirely in free open source software. AGS is open source. You know, all the rendering tools I used are open source. I use Google Docs, and I think that's basically it. Everything else is open source. How big is this line? It's not a very big line. Maybe that's the problem. Is this thickness? Does it give me IntelliSense in this editor? Does this editor support IntelliSense to tell you, like, the function signature should look like X? You hit F12 or F1. F1 on draw line. It doesn't like give you help on draw line. Draw line's not available. So I have to go back here and look at draw line every time I want to see it. Maybe draw line is like not even a thing here. It's draw line. Otherwise the same. Okay, that's not allowed. Is this not the C# code? I don't know, man. This is thickness. Let's make it like 10. See what it looks like now. Do we see a big thick line somewhere? No. I mean, I know I'm a bit of a dummy, but I don't think I'm this much of a dummy. I just don't know what I'm doing with Godot. How to draw a line in Godot. Like, that's all I want, right?
Node. So I've created.
Okay, he's using Godot script, which is annoying. Just drawing a line from 0 to the right by 300, and it's going to be thick 8. It's white. Ready update. So you have to call update for it to hit the draw function, no matter what. Drawing another line. Okay. Wait, he doesn't even show it running? Oh, there it is.
On to the right. Anything, but if I thick it is, and now if I go back to my scene, I don't see anything, but if I run the scene with F6, I'm going to see my line drawn to the right. I can make the line appear in the editor by adding the tool keyword at the top of my script. The tool keyword makes your code run inside of the...
Okay. Right. So I need to be able to call update. Alright, still didn't fix that. Alright, let's see if we go back to the 2D layout. This is my game renderer here. Where's my viewport? My viewport is this blue section. So if I put this here, I should see a line somewhere on this. Right? Going back to the script. I figured out how to call update here every time it's processed. I'll also do it in ready here, in case it's not doing anything, not doing any drawing. So draw line is being called with a vector at 1.5 to 100. So to the basically on the left and down 100, and it's going to back up that way. I don't know what this is actually. You know what? I'm just gonna say we'll just zero this out, and I don't know if I have to do like 0.0f on that or not. We'll find out when the thing complains. I'll just do 100 here, or something like that, right? It should be a green color and should be thick. I'm still seeing nothing. He said F6. I've been pressing F5. I don't know what the difference between F5 and F6 is. F6 might be like debug mode or something. I don't know. Anybody got any tips for me to make a line drawer on the screen? I've done what the tutorials have said to do, as far as I know. I have a game renderer object. That's basically it's a node 2D. I am saying every time it's ready, it should update, which in theory should cue it to go calling the draw command. I'm also saying every time it processes, it should also hit the update. I know more about Godot than you. Yeah, that's fine. I know very little about Godot. Is there a console? Log? Console.writeline. Test. Where's the output? Shouldn't I be seeing like something every frame? Shouldn't it be doing something? I should be seeing some output, right? Is this where the output goes? Can instance. Cannot instance script because class game render could not be found. Wait, it couldn't instance my thing because it couldn't find it even though it's there? So that's the whole problem. The problem is that there's actually an error. Okay. Oh my god. Game render. File. Save as. Game render.cs. Okay, good. How do I delete this? Like if I delete this, what happens? Okay, nothing happens. We still have an error. Can't be found because there's no game render resource. It's right freaking there though. How is this a thing? It's right here. Or whatever, it doesn't matter what it's called, hopefully. Hey, Toxic, good to see you. And Stork, thank you for your info. Problems with Godot 4 because of missing documentation. Googled, yeah, only use Godot to do a memo test game. And that's just attaching functions to buttons. Yeah. There's an output tab at the bottom. Often forget to switch it to it when looking for a debug output. Also, hello. Ooh, Godot, yeah. Output has nothing in it because it's not actually attaching the script. It's not actually getting it. It's for some reason it can't be found. It can't find game renderer even though it's right freaking here. Like, I don't know. Okay, debugger, no complaint. No output still. But we do have a green line. Finally, we have a green line. I guess don't put spaces in the names of your things. The editor didn't complain about that, but that's fine. All right, now, what I really want is a virtual canvas to render to, and then I just want to slap that into this bad boy. Right? So I could maybe have a draw rect routine, maybe, or a fill rect. Let's see. I don't even know if there's a fill rect. Like, let's just go look up fill rect. I want to be able to draw pixels. I want pixel accuracy for my drawing. I really just want to. I just want to have access to a texture that I can render to, and then I just have Godot display it. That's all I want. I don't really know what to do. You know what? I'm just gonna go look at the documentation here for like canvas item drawing methods and see what we got. Is there a fill? Do we have fills? Wait, get canvas. I don't know if what that's referring to as a canvas. I'm not sure. Okay. Draw primitive? No. Draw polygon? Wait, draw primitive. What's this? Well, I can just draw polygon. Does it fill the polygon? I assume draw polyline is not what I want. Draw polygon. Draws a solid polygon, any amounts of points, convex, concave. Unlike draw colored polygon, each point's color can be changed individually. Okay, so I could draw like, you know, yeah, interesting. All right. I just want to draw pixels though. I really just want to draw pixels. I don't want to have like a whole freaking, I don't want to get all complicated, you know. I just want to draw pixels. Maybe this is what I want. I want an image. Does this support draw lines? Do I have to write my own draw line? Looks like it doesn't. It allows me to do set pixel and set pixel V, which I guess just takes a vector instead of points. Okay, what's it called if it's not called an image? called an image. Wait, every time I update it, I have to convert it to a texture and then display it? How does it... Do I just write my own engine at this point? Hello, Vinyl Minty. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. And thanks for shouting out Vinyl Minty as well there. Whomever's responsible for that, probably Refraction, I assume. Maybe it was Pi. Join me in following Vinyl Minty. What are you up to today, Vinyl? Or Mr. Minty? Ocarina of Time randomizer today. Nice. How did you go? Have some fun with that? Let's talk about what you said, Refraction. If you're wanting to manually write each pixel, this isn't for you. How else am I supposed to do Scorched Earth if I'm not drawing each pixel? I need that level access to do Scorched Earth, right? Scorched Earth requires that. Have you ever played Scorched Earth before, Refraction? Trotted through Bloody Water Temple. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, for terrain, all the terrain needs to be destroyable. Everything needs to be destroyable. Do you get 2 more temples cleared? Oh, nice. I don't know what trotted means, but it sounds like you went through a Bloody Water Temple, which sounds awesome. I actually haven't played Ocarina of Time myself yet, and so a randomizer just is like awesome on top of that, I think. It's cool that you can play through that. I don't know how that's done. Like Noida does it to the extreme, but I don't know what engine they use. I think it's probably custom engine. I suspect it's a custom engine. I don't know. I never looked into it. Water Temple is the worst temple in Ocarina of Time. So annoying. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Oh, it's not actually a Bloody Water Temple. It was the Bloody Water Temple. I get it. Yeah. Okay. No, it is 100% custom. Yeah, that's what I would have. That's what I would have said if I looked at it. I really want an excuse to use Godot. It's just like, dude, I just want to do one simple thing. This is like the simplest thing you can do in any game engine, but it's like the most complex thing to do in this game engine, because I have to not only create I have to create this image thing so I can render to my images, then I have to upload it as a texture, and then I can render it. It's just not geared to do this sort of stuff. Maybe custom is my answer. I don't really want to do a custom engine right now, but I might have to. It's annoying because like I want an excuse to use this, but I can't really make that excuse for myself. Modifying terrain per pixel is not really a thing in modern engines designed to deal with. That's right. Yeah. Like, let's just pretend I was going to stick with Godot, right? Let's just say I definitely am going to stick with Godot. Then I have to do something like, you know, public, void, draw pixel, and I have to have a virtual canvas. So I got to be like, okay, let's just go with it doesn't really need to be public, but we'll just say like, how would this work? How would this work? Is there a vector eye in the, do they have a, do they have like eye vector or something like that? Like a 2D, I want a point 2D kind of thing. Do I want that? No, I don't want that. I just want an int. I just want int, canvas. I'm trying to remember C# notation for this. I could do list. I could be really bad and do list, int, right? I assume lists like here. Like collection list exists. Probably don't want this. 0.2D array. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Although I just do it as a single dimensional array and then just index them. Fire Temple, Shadow Temple left. Oh, awesome. So you're nearly done then. That's great. Then it's Ganon time. Good luck. So the randomizer doesn't like randomize when you have to fight Ganon then. Grido is great for me because I don't want to, or think I can wrap my head around learning how to get the graphics to display in my hypothetical custom engine. Right. There's some videos on YouTube about making sand and pixely. Would that help? Sand that's pixely. It might help, but I don't know. Yeah, a 0.2D array of some description is probably what I want to do, refraction. That's what I was thinking. I mean, I'm going to have to track that stuff anyway, right? Anyway, draw pixel. I meant to say draw pixel. And we'll just say we want to take an int x and an int y. And we have a virtual thing that we index into. So we say like pixels. And pixels have like just x and y times width, right? And we just say we want to draw it what color. So we have a color C. And we just say equals C. And then when we want to draw, we have to say for each. Is C# for each like capitalized or not? I don't know. Let's just do for int y equals 0, y is less than height, y plus plus, and then we just do the same thing for the x. And we just say pixels x plus y times width, and we just say I don't know if draw pixel needs to be here or somewhere else, but actually let's make this draw pixel actually just do a what was it, draw poly or draw primitive? I don't know. What's the difference between draw poly and draw primitive? Why none of these, like, Yeah, we'll just do draw polygon, I guess. Well, it seems to be draw polygon. And then we have to give it... What do we have to give it? We have to give it a 0.2D vector array. Full 2D vector array, sorry. Full vector 2 array. I'll get there eventually. What language is this? This is GD script. Where's the C# demo? Any tutorials? An A star demo. Oh, I don't want all this crap. How do I know it's going to be called this? Is this an array of 2D vectors? Or is this an array of 2D vector arrays? I actually am super confused looking at this. What language is this? This must be GD script, right? Oh, it's just vector 2, or it's just a vector 2 array. How many points? Okay. We need 4 points, I guess. And p 0.x, I assume it's .x, equals x. This needs to be like times scale, right? I assume we want to like scale everything. Oh, the collars needs to be the same size? If we're going to give it one color, will it just like use only that color? I don't know. It looks like they don't add anything to color. So yeah, it can just be one color, but it has to still be defined as an array. And let's just go ahead and simplify this a little bit. How do I choose a random number in this? Does that return a floating point number? Rand F range. What about Rand I range? Or like Rand I? What's Randy give me? Randy gives me pseudo random between that and that. So I can do Randy range. I can get a Randy range going. I don't know if this will be the same. It probably isn't. Is it inclusive? Oh yeah. Color doesn't contain a definition for red. It contains, oh, it's colors, that's why. Float. Cannot be found. Are you missing something? Do we only have doubles here? Oh, we want an int anyway. Doesn't matter. What's the kind of definition for Randy range? Float to int. Gonna try and take care of this like that. Okay, not drawing anything though. Float was spelled F-L-A-O-T. Oh, it doesn't matter. I didn't need a float there anyway. I was it was like an error anyway that it would have been a float. But thank you, BNU. Okay, so Randy range is probably correct. So when we draw, we go through 0 through 100, 0 through 100, and we set the colors, but then we never actually draw anything, so that'll be the problem. There's no autocomplete in this, I guess. X, Y, and C. All right. So that kind of works. There's clearly some integer scaling issues going on with this. Oops. What's P again? I don't even know what P is. I'm just gonna assume that works. I'm still inting it, but yeah, we can stop inting now. Okay, that's better. And we can change scale to like 5. So each pixel should be about 5 pixels in scale. Like, is this slow? It doesn't seem slow. Like, it seems like it's... I don't know what frame rate it's running at. This is in debug as well. Is there a way I can see frame rate in Godot? Bitrate dead. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Works well for mangling the bitrate of the screen. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Engine get frames per second. Okay. I got apparently I need to do that. This is horrible. Can you not just turn it on in like can I not just see that in the debugger somewhere? Whatever. All right, so let's just randomize with a seed. I assume that is allowed. You can't seed it like that. Random numbered generator Godot seed. Time dependent seed. I can set the int seed. Okay. So it's not like this. Also, we don't really... I assume I have to call randomize after calling seed. Yeah, capital S for seed, maybe. Okay, it's still seedy. What if I don't call randomize? Okay, it's static. And now the bitrate of the stream shouldn't be so crazy. I wonder if it should be the same every time, right? The frame's going to be the same every time. Every time I start the thing, it'll look the same. This technically works. It is drawing a hell of a lot of data, though. Like, there's a lot to draw here. So I don't know if this is an ideal situation, but now we have, like, the idea of a virtual canvas, kind of. Although I haven't actually got that data stored anywhere. It's like... if it's like Unity, there should be a start function thing. Start function for your thing you can stick the rand in, I guess. Start function? Sorry, I don't know. There's too many. I think there's a little bit too little information there for me. Draw update, etc. Yeah, there's ready right here. If I seeded this, if I set the seed only once, then every frame will be different again. So what I just did is static, make it static. So it's only ever, the frame will be the same every single time, even though it's redrawing the frame every single time. Now I will say that was a performance hit for the computer as well. Or something maybe we want to think about. Should be a function for when this node gets created. Yeah, again, I think that's ready. Call when this enters the scene tree for the first time. I assume that's this, right? If that's what you're referring to, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe it is. Alright, I will say this though, I'm not super happy about how this is working out so far. Like, I feel like this is a pretty big performance hit. And if I'm rendering, like, say I want the screen canvas to be 640/480, which is pretty fair, I think, for a battle royale. 640 by 480. So that's like, how many times more? 6 times 4-ish times more pixels. Yeah, it seems slower. Even just doing that. Let's see the scale. Where's the scale? Let's just make it 2.5 again. Yeah, I'm gonna switch it back so it's not setting the seed. I just want to see how it feels like frame rate is being impacted by this. Oh, it's significant. It's way slower. Yeah, I probably do want to do that, being new, yeah. Seems that way. I think so, yeah. Yeah, this is extremely intensive to do something that's like actually really simple. Now, I don't have to update the terrain every frame. The frame, it only has to update like when something explodes or something like that. You know what I mean? So there's that too. Hmm. So if I was to go ahead and like do the image thing, I need documentation that is actually usable, and it's not usable in 3.5 at least for the image thing that I was looking at. I forget what it was. Was it image texture? Or no, it has to be converted to an image texture from something else, right? Maybe it was this. This has like set pixel and stuff, right? Get pixel, set pixel. Yeah. Native image data type. Contains image data which can be converted to image texture and provides commonly used image processing methods. The maximum width and height for an image are max width and max height. So like in terms of like what we were doing just then, I knew that wasn't going to work, but I still wanted to go through the procedure of looking at it. I knew that it would be too much bandwidth required. So has to be converted to an image texture. Is there like just a like .2 image texture? That would be pretty helpful if that was the thing. Doesn't seem to be. Okay, so create from image. So like every single time we update the frame, we'd have to create a new texture, upload it to the graphics card. I mean, there's still going to be a bandwidth. I mean, the texture's going to be low res, but I assume the texture has to be square. Well, for old graphics cards, it would. I'd get new ones probably less so. Power of 2 maybe still. I don't know. It seems like it doesn't care. It probably doesn't care. The only limitation talked about is the size. We're gonna have a very tiny texture that we're uploading, but we want it to be I wonder if we can set like nearest neighbor scaling or something like that as well. Or maybe we have to write our own shader to do that. I don't know. This is more viable, I think. The other thing is, when I tried to add an image to my scene, it just, I couldn't figure out how to do it. Do I just need to, like, go new image, maybe? Like, do I just create a new image? It's like, can I just be like, image I equals new image? Well, maybe not that. Maybe IMG. Is that allowed? That's allowed. Okay. Let me just change this down to like 40 by 80 or 60. Let's do 64 by 48 just for fun. And we'll put the seed back on. We'll just leave that there for now. So the image, I guess, am I allowed to give it a dimensions? Am I allowed, like 640 by 480? Am I allowed to do that? No. You can't take 2 arguments. I don't know if the constructor is, like, described here. Get height. I guess there's set width and set height then. There's not. Resize. Okay, we have to resize. Interpolation. What if we are creating it like this though? Is it going to have any size? I really don't like this. Hello there, ABC Mini User. Good to see you. I guess this is one good thing with Unity. They have integration, so you can get all the function definitions when doing the scripting. Yeah. VS integration. I mean, if I open this in VS, it probably would also work. I don't know about documentation so much, but it would at least, yeah, I don't know. Something else we could look into. Well, it would at least come with like autocomplete and stuff, so hopefully it would be able to tell me like if how to instantiate a new image. Anyway, that's not why what I'm trying to do right now. I don't think this is what I'm supposed to do. I think the image is supposed to be created like here, right? Maybe it's supposed to be created down here, like as a resource or something. I need to ask a Godot expert. This is C#. Yeah, I'm using the C# in Godot thing, ABC. It's not bad. C#'s not bad. I'm still not sold on this. I think I may do a custom engine. I don't know. I would like to use Godot, but for this project, like what I need to do is have like pixel level access to everything, and I have like abstracted representations of like where the tank is, what the tank looks like, and a few other bits and pieces like that. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit. What's the game this time? Well, I haven't I'm not 100% sold on what we're doing just yet. We're still researching. Day of the Sub Sandwich, yeah. This is the game idea that we're currently thinking about doing. It's a real-time Battle Royale style Scorched Earth. Now, we may not do a server. It might just be single player for now, just to like simplify it a lot. With like maybe 50 or 100 players or something like that. But it's real-time. The question is like, how do we do which direction we go with timers and stuff like that, and stuff like that. But yeah, like your turn options, like in each turn, like you have an option to like choose to move or choose to aim and shoot, and whichever one of those you choose, like there'll be some sort of timer effect in play. I always wondered how those handle terrain destruction. I guess they use a pixel buffer to determine collisions rather than separate array. Yeah, you could abstract the representation to an array of some kind, but it's essentially still at least it's like a 1-bit pixel buffer, right? At least. They're not too hard to. I've made this kind of thing before, like that kind of thing before. But like I'm literally just trying to get a renderer to render in Godot right now something that would be usable for the idea of representation. I could write my own engine using SDL or something like that. I was just trying to use Godot. I just wanted to try out Godot. And this is working exactly the same. This has the exact same problem as I have with like Unity and similar engines. It's like they don't care about that. They want to abstract that stuff very far away from the user. And I always run into problems like that whenever I try and implement something. I'm like, oh, I would really just like to be able to access like the mesh directly, and it's like impossible. Or like I want to access the texture data directly. It's kind of like impossible. So I'm betting if I talked to, I'm betting what would happen if I talked to someone like Valiant Cheese, they would say, oh, you should use a shader, right? That's probably what they would say. And like upload a texture with like the data that you want to represent, and then use a shader to actually do the rendering. Probably something like that, I imagine. Perhaps it's deliberate so they can have the image data on the GPU or other non-unified memory space. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just the way the engine's designed to work. It's not designed to do what I'm trying to do, or like what I would like to do. So, Unity, Unreal, Godot, they're probably all bad choices. I bet Game Maker Studio would be great for this. Yeah, that sounds about right, BNU. Something like that would be like what if I was really going to try and solve this problem with Godot, I'd probably try going down that route. Something like what you're suggesting. I I don't think I don't think I'm going to use Godot, only because that is a bit of a pain to do that stuff. The problem is, I would love to be able to just like simplify. I don't want to build a custom engine if I don't have to. But to be real, engine isn't doing very much for us in this, because I'll be programming the physics engine for the game, most likely. Maybe we could use some abstracted stuff. If I decided to do things like the buildings, you can shoot a building and it'll collapse. Maybe that would be something that I would like hand off to Godot's 2D physics engine to handle. But like things like the terrain destruction and other stuff, like, you know, all those kind of things, those would all be handled via my own physics engine, I think, anyway. Does sound like you're after SDL rather than anything else, but that doesn't do web, mobile, etc. I think we can do that with is it Mscripton? I forget what it's called. The thing that compiles for the web. We could probably just compile it to the web after I've got my game compiling. I think we can target web still. Is Mscriptum I'm thinking of? I forget what it's called. Webasm? I don't remember. There seems to be a lot of stuff, or Mscriptum, or WebAssembly, something like that. I could just write it in It actually would be easier to write this in HTML5 and HTML5 and JavaScript. It would literally be easier to write the single player version of this in that than it would be in Godot, I think. Yeah, so I could just write a software renderer in C and then just be done, or SDL. I could use SDL or whatever, right? Like, I don't think I probably don't even. SDL would be good for like leveraging like cross-platform builds and sounds. I think the SDL has sound stuff in it, right? Does SDL have sound stuff in it now? Where am I typing? I mean, maybe. Use SFML rather than SDL. It's like SDL, but with sane modern APIs. Oh, really? I don't think I've used SFML before. What if I used Raylib? Sounds like it's got an issue with playing the audio. Space also scrolled down. Okay, we got a key. This is an adventure game? Well, that was horrible. I don't think it's playing the sounds properly. I don't know if that's like an issue with like it didn't initialize correctly or something. Let's try a different Raylib game to see how that works on web. Let's try Koala Seasons. Hey, have a good one, Pylorzan. You take care. 8 a.m. Gosh, you've been up a while. Your mom's gonna be there in 3 hours. Take care of yourself. Get some rest. Pie game? Yeah, not gonna happen though. Alright, so this seems better. It's quite loud though. But the audio sounds way better. Oh. Oh my god, so much for that. Why did the audio sound like that when I jumped? What? I don't understand how this... What are you supposed to do to play this game? Use arrow keys, maybe? No? Is there a controls? Is there a how to play? Retro Maze 3D. Does this have music that sounds horrible too? Audio? Oh god. Why is the screen bigger than the screen? Alright. Oh, so loud. Why is it so loud? Oh my gosh, it's like a Raycaster or something. I can't tell what I'm looking at here, I'll be honest. Oh, you use W. Oh my gosh. Forward is not quite forward. Is that because the size of the screen is too small? Like, what's going... This is terrible. Just give me one good reason to use this engine, please. I would love to use Raylib as like the core of the engine. I'm sorry, I freaked out too. I freaked out too, Refraction. Raylib does come with a code example for paletted drawing, but the shader for it's incredibly stupid. Ended up just doing my own shader for the palettes. What is this? Am I supposed to click? Just do. The hell? This is a terrible game too. Alright, whatever. Look, Raylib seems like a really good tool set. It seems like a really good tool set. I don't know if it's good or not, but yeah. So it has audio, it has like everything you want, and it supports C. So maybe this is a good choice. I don't know. Classic games. Maybe I should just stick with the classic games here. Look, here you go. This is Gorillas. See, I mean, like, this is already an example. Press enter. I'll see what happens if I take out the terrain here. Yeah, nothing. Okay, no collapsing. Alright. Asteroids clone. Is it arrow keys? Spacebar to shoot. Okay. Like this, I don't know, this seems like it might be a better choice. Or like you said, SDL2, SFML, something like that. Something like that might be good. At least with the Raylib, it's incredibly easy to set up data for updating texture with any arbitrary memory alignment and stuff as well. Man, engine selection's hard for this one, because it feels like it should be really straightforward and easy to do, but like, we're talking about like, because what I want to do is have like a landscape that's infinitely large, essentially, like potentially infinitely long terrain, and like when enough people queue up to join the game, and enough people have died or whatever in the world, like it'll just airdrop you at a random location, or just pick like some random segment that's hopefully nearby some other combat, like maybe you can like do something that sort of like tries to overlap it with existing combatants or something like that. and or like nearby existing combatants, and just drops you in that area, and then you all sort of like fight it out, and then another drop will happen again later on with more dudes. Alexa, what is choice paralysis? Yeah. Use it for when you did the Amiga graphics card emulation on the Pi Storm Amiga accelerator. Oh, that's awesome that you used it for that, being you. So like, I've played with Godot a really tiny bit. I ran into a problem of like, okay, the implementation that I want to go for is going to be like, we're going to have like pixel level, a concept of pixel level data. There's cells. They should be rendered as pixels because that's the most efficient way to do it, and then scaled to the screen. But they just represent the terrain. And when you shoot it, that's going to explode, and we'll have like some cellular autonom, you know what I'm saying? Cellular autonoma, is that the right word? Hopefully I'm saying it right. Functions that will like, you know, have the terrain collapse and things like that. I might go a little bit further than that and have like the pixels that are destroyed, like use particle effect to like blow them away so it looks cooler. But then like the terrain will just drop as you would expect in Scorched Earth. But hopefully we'll be able to render that in real time as well. So we'll have like gravity applied to them and they'll look like they're dropping into place. We could probably use like some kind of blur. This game is ass. Well, thank you, whoever said that. That was very rude, the sniper. You're fired. No, so yeah, like the pixels will drop into place, and like that's like basically what happens. So like terrain gets exploded, you see some stuff happen, things fall into place, and then the idea of like adding trees and terrain to trees and building and rocks and stuff like that to the terrain. It's like, okay, buildings, like maybe they the explosions affect them in a smaller radius, but they also crack and things can like fall off. And the physics of that would be simulated with like an estimated, like basically would like work out like a we'd work out like a convex hull of the pixels and simulate the physics around that. So that would then just become a polygon that gets physics simulated of like it can fall and drop, and we would just like remember where the pixels came from, and like they would get drawn in there. When you shoot something, things continue to happen, you know. Just did my itch.io library yesterday. I haven't played it yet. Oh, you added to the... Oh, thank you, the Sniper. Thanks for adding it. I appreciate it. But ass is nice. Yeah. So then we could do that. So we can have like physics for like... we can have like physics objects in the world, and we can have like just the normal terrain, and obviously then you've got like players and the effects of like exploding and dying in the game and stuff like that. And we want the insanity level to be dialed up a lot. So like, you know, maybe like sometimes when you get exploded, you end up being a nuclear explosion and it like takes out a bunch of people around you, or like a funky bomb style thing goes off and takes out a bunch of people around you. So you want the chaos of Scorched Earth, but battle royale and like some modern features at like tacked on top kind of thing. So we could generate, like I said, we could generate some fractured polys of like buildings when they get struck, so that they like collapse, and things like that. We could do some interesting simulation stuff there. And then like, you know, if a building piece falls on top of your tank, it will like destroy, like, you know, damage your tank kind of stuff. And we can have different tank types. Like Scorched Earth has like the basic tanks, which we could create our own versions of those basic tanks and weapons and such. But then you'd also have like maybe we could have like, you know, mechs, like, you know, like walker mechs and stuff like that would look different. They'd still operate the same. Like every mech would basically operate exactly the same. It just look different. And the upgrades you get in game is what affects like the performance of your character kind of thing. I like the idea of this. It is kind of a big deal, but like if we just build like the single player version of this game, where it's like kind of like you're just in a battle royale situation, and we just have bots, like AI players, basically playing against you. We start from there, and then we're like, okay, now I want to add multiplayer for this and launch it with that. So this is probably going to be a longer term project by a fair bit, I can imagine. If we go down the custom engine route of like using Raylib or SFML or SDL or any number of those, it's going to take a while to get it up and running. Then we're going to have to deal with like issues of it not running on certain platforms and all the other crap that comes along with making your own engine. So I don't know how hard that's going to be, but it could be good. That could be good. If we used Game Maker Studio, we would have to pay $100 for the commercial license, because if I want to be able to allow people to donate money, that becomes a commercial use of that product. So maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Is there anything else to talk about? Anybody have any questions about Day of the Sandwich or any of the stuff we looked at today? I still haven't decided what we're doing. I think we are doing the. I think I'm committing now. I'm going to commit right now. I'm going to go update the game 2. We are doing it. So like we did some engine research today. Let's just flick over to here. Engine research. Still working on it. Not Godot, Unity, etc. It's just they don't seem suitable for this type of thing. Maybe we will need to take a look at Game Maker. Scorched World. Yeah, we got to come up with a name for it, obviously. I'm just going to call it... well, obviously we need to like pick project. Pick a project. Scorched Royale. I don't know what we call this yet, but that's like the short name for it for now. Hot and Bothered. It's a good name. Burnt Dirt. Yeah, we could come up with some fun names. We're not really at a naming point yet. We gotta fiddle with. We gotta try and make something to play. So I think the first thing we want to do is just like make the basic Scorched Earth like turn-based, just really simple. Keep it simple, you know. And then we'll look at like. Probably I'll try and add like local multiplayer with like 4-player or something like that. 4-player local multiplayer. A real-time combat and all that kind of stuff. Should do my gift sub with Prime. Oh wow, thank you. Yeah, I don't have alerts and stuff on my other channel that come through here, but thank you for that. Let me... Yeah. It doesn't seem to have come through yet. But thank you. Maybe it's because I'm not online. So yeah, stats for the game. Just go back to that panel. ABC, I don't know if you saw this.
It would have been pretty cool to drug the cat.
It would have been pretty cool. I don't think you saw this, ABC. This is the stats for the post-release review. Insane numbers. Browser plays, absolutely insane. You were visiting your parents? That's awesome. I hope you had a good time with them. You got some good ratings and reviews. Actually, all the review scores were 4 or 5 stars, which is like shockingly high praise, I think. But yeah, here's all the basic stats. I did cover all this if you do want to go like review any of that. I'm proud of me too. Thank you, ABC. Honestly, I'm super surprised. This far exceeded my expectations, like 10x expectations kind of thing. I did not expect this much. So it was awesome to see. These are the current stats. The drop off here is just because today is not done yet. So as today is done, I think those numbers will go up a little bit. I don't know how much they'll drop off, but it'll be interesting to see that. I'll continue to review stuff over time, but this is the stats. I'm very happy to be able to share them. I'm excited about it. All right, so back to this. Pick an engine, pick a project. Engine research, still working on it. Not sure. We've done a little research. Completed with Godot. Looks great, but maybe not suited to this project. So I might want to, now that I've done a little bit of engine research, kind of know like the kind of stuff we want to do. We'll probably be able to do another engine matrix next time and fill it out. Actually, we could do it now. We could do it right now. Let's do it right now. This is game 1. Add another sheet. I'll call this game 2. We've done enough research today, I think, to help with like these decision making. AGS is obviously extremely not suited. Probably a 0. Its complexity would be extremely high to implement something like this, I feel. Everything else is probably going to remain the same. Unity and PowerQuest. Well, PowerQuest wouldn't be a thing, but Unity I think complexity would be also extremely high, and fitness rating would be extremely low. I feel like Game Maker Studio could be extremely suitable. And its complexity, I hope, I haven't checked, but I hope that its complexity will be much lower. Again, its pricing model I don't think is very suitable. Its license suitability is pretty suitable, though, I think. Godot. I would say its complexity to implement this is pretty high. To do this properly, it's probably fairly high, maybe like a 5. Maybe like a 6. It's probably similar to Unity. I would say Unity shouldn't be an 8. Unity should probably be like a 5. Hopefully this is more like a 1 or a 2. Fitness is not super fit for it either. I would say its fitness is pretty low. Allegro, I'm just gonna say we're not gonna consider Allegro for this. Doesn't make sense, because the only reason I would consider Allegro is if I want to have like a DOS port, and it wouldn't make sense to have a DOS port of this game. I'm just gonna delete that. Raylib, I think complexity is probably still... It's probably similar to Game Maker Studio, I'd say. Maybe we'll make it a 2 as well. Maybe 1.5. 1.5 maybe. I don't know. I'm just going based on what BNU said. I'm gonna say 1.5. Fitness rating is probably actually extremely high by comparison. Probably like a 7 or an 8. Let's go with 7.5. I'm just going with 7.5 there. Which makes it look very appealing, obviously. Love 2D, I don't know. I'm going to take this off the list because I've never looked at it. I think it's Lua based. I don't think it's going to be suitable. Custom engine. Honestly, this is probably more complex. Probably like a 2 or a 3. I'm going to do 2.5. I mean, custom engine, Raylib custom engine technically, so maybe I should just make this a 2. I don't know why these are bold. They shouldn't be bold. And fitness rating, I mean, it's custom, so it should be very fit. I'm gonna go with 7.5 as well. I'm just gonna assume it's like similar to using Raylib, basically. The same could be said for SFML, etc. Probably I would just, they would all be somewhere around here, I reckon. And their licensing models tend to be similar, so... RPG Maker, Unreal Engine, no, I already discounted like those sort of things, I think. So the thing here is... Fitness rating is probably actually a little bit higher for Game Maker Studio than it is for these projects. I would say these may be actually like 6.5. Also, I don't think they're quite that suitable. The thing is, Game Maker Studio still has a cost involved if I want to commercialize, which I would want to. I want to have the option for somebody to donate at the very least. Like, my minimum bar is like people should be able to donate, and that automatically makes it commercial license, and therefore I have to pay to use it. So the pricing model and licensing is still in play. So that brings us down to like basically custom engine of some description, whether that's on Raylib, SFML, or just coding it from scratch. It's all about the same. They're all about the same. So that's about where we land. Dreams for PS4. All right. Regardless of views / dollars, if you're personally satisfied, it was worth it. Yeah, I agree. It was a good experience, but that's just like really icing on the cake. All of those stats are very positive. Yeah. Honestly, it's probably I'll try Raylib. Maybe we'll try Raylib. We'll do a custom engine on Raylib. See how that looks. See how that goes. See how much it impacts our psyche. There will be a learning curve because I've not really used Raylib much. I've been wanting to use Raylib for a while, but I haven't had an excuse to use it yet. Hey there, Racing the Beam. Good to see you. Have you ever used Raylib before, and what's your opinion, if you have? Use the build engine. The build engine will be fun to play with. So yeah, we picked a thing. We did some engine research. We're still working on it a little bit, but research a little bit. Yeah, fine. So day 2. Let's just look at what day 2 is going to look like. Which I don't know if that's going to be tomorrow. It probably will be, but I don't know if I'll have time. I'll try. Day 2 is looking like experiment with Raylib or other tech. See if suitable. Implement terrain generation basics. Implement terrain destruction basics. Implement. That's probably all we really need to implement to start with, I reckon. What's the next game? A Scorched Earth style battle royale against the computer. It's a single player battle royale with Scorched Earth, but real time. And it's going to have like interesting factors like buildings that can be destroyed and stuff like that. That's what I'm thinking anyway. I don't know how complicated this is. What I'm thinking of is like I want to say it's like something like Data Command or something like that is the name of the game. Cortex Command. Cortex Command. Yeah, this is coming to mind. The description is sort of coming to mind of this. This game's pretty funky. Cortex Command is kind of funky. Do I not have it? I thought I bought a copy of it. Maybe I got it on like Humble Bundle or something like that and I didn't get a Steam key. I don't know. Anyway, Cortex Command's kind of cool. This has destructible terrain and physics and stuff on it. So it's got like the buildings. The buildings I don't think are destructible. I think they're kind of like solid. This is like, but yeah, you got like caves and like cave bases and the terrain can get destroyed. I don't know if any of this is like, I think they're like designed levels. I don't think they're procedural. But yeah, there's physics objects as well as terrain that's destructible.
Cliffs of Dover getting thrown out, etc.
Obviously, this is like a whole review video. We don't need to see the whole thing. I just want to see. I want to see some of the terrain destruction, which I haven't really seen like evidence of that. I remember that was in it though. All right. Anyway, that's enough of that. Cortex Command. How about Pico 8? Yeah, I could make it in Pico 8. Cortex art by Arn. Yeah, Arn made the art for it. Yeah. So that's an idea for a game. Another idea for a game actually is I don't know what the status of this is, but resume Balding's quest if it hasn't already been done. Yeah, that's like an abandoned project on the TIGS forums, TIG Source forums, like ages ago that I helped a little bit with. Terribly underrated artist. Yeah, I don't know if he's underrated. He's an amazing artist. Is he underrated? Chip 8 port? Yeah, if we do a Pico 8, we could get Chip 8 working too, probably. Anyway, yeah. I'm not going to touch Roblox ever. I'm saying it now. I'm never going to consider using Roblox for a project. I should get the latest analytics for the game and just see if I can update this thing before we log off. Okay, we already updated the payments section. Views is now that much, so that's gone up a fair bit actually. And browser plays has gone up as well, and downloads has gone up too. Ratings is still the same. Collections has gone up to 48. Comments is still 34. And impressions has gone up insane amount as well. Click-through rate is down, which is to be expected. And I guess I can grab a screenshot of this section again. Throw that in. I'll just paste this one in over top, I guess. It's almost the same size. But yeah, the numbers are like starting to climb a little bit for some of these. So I guess as this day finishes, we'll be able to see what the drop-off really does look like. Not just all the engines in the world stock footer, but like basically ones that are definitely not suited to this kind of game. Which is fine. That's kind of funny actually. All right. Just finished going through a list of game engines and spat out my actual joke suggestions. Yeah. Yeah, there probably is an engine choice that wouldn't be too bad for this game idea, but I feel like it's almost just worth doing it yourself because we're probably going to implement most of it ourselves anyway. So, yeah. Just because it is like, you know, destructible pixel level terrain is like just a thing that you probably have to do that with. This project might be too big for us. I may abandon this. We might spend a couple of weeks on this and then I'll go and do something else, right? Make it EGA in DOS hard mode. Yeah, EGA. So we got 16 colors to work with. I think that's viable, but original Scorched Earth did have VGA graphics, so we might be like shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit there. I think the big problem will be like getting all the data into DOS. I don't know like what a realistic like networking thing for DOS would be. But yeah, VGA then worked for Lero. Yeah, Lero's are like a pretty good touchstone for this type of thing. What about Chapter 2, Day of the Sandwich? That won't happen. I explained that at the start, like kind of thing. I'll go back and do a little recap, I guess, on like where we landed with that. What I'd fix if I spent some more time, I would fix there was a chicken coop issue that I did cover with the hotspot being like some people struggled to find it, and that made me annoyed at myself because that wasn't supposed to be a problem, right? Like being able to find the chicken coop wasn't supposed to be like that. The sound effects, I'd add sound effects to everything. I get voice acting in if I can, and I would also do some cleanup on like the forest room. But other than that, I think the game's pretty good. The big thing here would be sound effects and voice acting. Those would be the huge additions if I was going to spend some more time on it. If I had even more time, I'd probably consider getting some music composed or try and compose some myself to throw that into the background as well. PAX is yearly, yes. PAX is every year. Was there anything else I was going to say? I was going to say something about this, wasn't I? Oh, right. I did talk about like why I don't want to work on this project again, like right now. I do want to come back to it. So I think I wrote future plans for this project / world. No immediate plans to do anything. This is just speculative, but this game could be integrated as Chapter 1 in a bigger game. I definitely want to see Delphine again. I want to work on that character again. I want to expand the idea of that character a bit and see where that goes. There was a suggestion by your boy Jay was to make a sequel called Night of the Pizza, which actually was Day of the Pizza was actually a suggestion in the comments on the page, if I could find it. I guess, did I close it? I guess I closed it. Oop. There you go. in the comments here. Day of the pizza coming soon, which was, I thought was a great comment. I got 2 new notifications that weren't there just a minute ago. Oh, somebody's cheekily supporting me. Thank you. I guess I have to update my stats again. Yep, I have to update the stats again. Okay. That number there and that number there. Let me just do that. Whoops. This is insane. I'm going to tell you, like, I'm going to say right now, this number is insane to me. Like, this gross revenue that high. I was thinking seriously, like, after it was all said and done, there might be like $0 to like $20 there. So that's just absolutely amazing. Thank you for all that support. Really blows my mind. 97. I won't update all of this right now, but yeah, it's good to see that there's still activity on the page. That's fantastic. Going back to this, I'll just complete this thought. Maybe a slight possibility for a Kickstarter for a bigger project in this world. I don't know, but you can see that that is like, you know, the words plus like it's being tiny and gray. It's like definitely not on the cards right now. I definitely want to fully voice and get the sound effects done in the project. That's the thing that I put the star next to, is like, I definitely want to do that at some point. I don't know if I will do it right now, but it's there. So yeah, I do want to return to it, but like the thing is, like, I want to like spread out the ideas, do some more creative stuff, like, you know, Scorched Earth Battle Royale is very different to a point-and-click adventure game about making a sandwich, right? So I want to have the variety there and play around a bit. Liked last year, awesome. You're going to be there again this year then? I hope so. It's pizza night tonight, if this damn dough rises. Oh, good luck with the dough. Scorched sandwich. Yeah. Hey Rico, good to see you. First time for you on this channel. Yeah, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. I'm just about to wrap up because I got to go eat dinner and then I got to stream later tonight. So we're going back to XCOM Terror from the Deep for a bit. I don't know if we'll do the whole night on XCOM Terror from the Deep. If it gets like annoying for me, or I get like frustrated by it, I might do something else for a bit. But yeah, I think I'll go back. Did wonders for me during a hard time. That's great. That's awesome. I would love to see you there again. Absolutely, I'm gonna be there. XCOM Ripper. We do a Ripper and XCOM combo tonight. That would be insane. The other thing I said is that, like, the reason that I don't want to just jump in and, like, you know, build out a bigger world, maybe consider doing a Kickstarter or something like that, is that I don't want to spend, say I do that and I spend 9 or 10 or 12 or, you know, 20 months making the game and I'm not happy with the end result. Like, I just don't think it's going to work. Not only then have I, like, disappointed myself, but I've also disappointed everybody who wanted to support me on Kickstarter or some other way. So I'm not at the point right now. I started this year saying I want to do multiple little things just to get a few things done and, like, practice, like, getting the releases out and talking to people about that sort of stuff. I want to practice all that stuff. So right now I'm not going to jump right back into the project, but, like, who knows? Maybe after I fail at Scorched Earth Battle Royale thing, I'll come back to it and just do it then. Maybe that's what maybe I'll make a decision to go back and do it. But I want to see how this goes. There's also some other ideas, like a single screen platform or puzzle game could be fun. There's a whole bunch of cool ideas we could work on. So without belaboring the point, I'm not doing that right now. We need to pick something for two. We've picked Scorched Royale, but we'll see how that turns out. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and just mess around. I'm probably going to need some help from chat. Like, I don't know, I've never used Raylib before. I'm a little rusty. I haven't sat down and done, like, any C programming for, like, I don't know, maybe a year or more. It's been a while since I touched C. It's probably the last time I did it was probably on stream, or... Well, probably did a little bit of off-stream stuff, but... Yeah, when I was working on the Shmup project, it's probably, like, the last time I was, like, actively working on that kind of stuff. So like I said, I've been a little bit rusty on the game dev side of things since I started streaming. So other than that project, Yeah. So we'll see. That could be fun though. I'll probably frustrate some people, but it'll be fun to do that. So you know, over 10 years since you did any practice on coding? Yeah. Anyway, I gotta eat some food, so I can't raid anybody on the streams or anything like that. So have fun. Come back to my main channel in like an hour from now. I should be on there. And we'll be playing Terror from the Deep for the evening. This project didn't really work out, like using Godot for this project. I knew it was unlikely to be a possibility, but I was hoping there might be a quick and easy way to handle all this stuff. There's still a possibility we might switch back to it after we play with some of the other stuff. Maybe I'll just decide like having a custom shader and whatever to do the rendering and use Godot is the best choice. I'm not sold on that yet, but we'll see. Can I just close this? Or do I have to like, is there like a save? Project save or something like that? I guess not. Just quit. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for being here. I'll see you soon. I'll see you all very soon. I'll be on twitch.tv/FractalMindMike. I appreciate having you all here. It's been a really good time. Really fun to review. Really good to review everything with the sandwich game. And by the way, if you did miss it, I did cover a hell of a lot during the review. So there's probably some interesting tidbits in there if you go in there and find them. Feel free to do some clips or suggest me to highlight stuff. I'd like be quite happy to do that. I'll be highlighting the whole thing, but if somebody wants me to like edit something down and highlight it that way, maybe I can do that if you have suggestions for it. But yeah, I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for being here. It was really fun today. A good time. We covered a hell of a lot today, really. Very productive. I'm like such a good and productive person when I'm on this stream. Compared to what I expect. I always expected to be very like, I didn't really do everything, but it's been very productive every single time. So I'm happy about that. It's good. All right, I'll see you soon. Have a good one. I also added buttons to my my stream deck so that it says ending. It knows to say ending now as well, which is great. Grunt Guru, good to see you, mate. Take care. All right, good night, everybody.